Welcome back, folks. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は39日目です。Is day 39, and actually, in 5 minutes we're about to hit 7 p.m. local time, so we'll grab the 15, probably the 6 as well today. Been having a lot of deep discussions lately as our part of our regular routine, and it kind of fanned out and give you an idea of how fanned out the reviews are. Let's see. Looking at this review forecast, looks like we're probably gonna be another 4 days. Yeah, it's looking like a little over 4 days before we see what level 5 has. While we're doing that, though, definitely working on refining my routine when it comes to scaling into the future with new vocabulary. Right. All right, let's hop right in. Look at recall for our recent mistakes. Let's see. So we're gonna think forward, right? So we want to think of treasures. And then treasures again. Huh. Oh, treasures is being guarded, right? Treasure being guarded by a tackler. Takara. Takara. And so we have character, say humbly. If you're saying humbly something, you're also mowing something, and there just carries over. I'm not sure why this carries over though, so I'm gonna look at that quickly. Oh, maybe because it's formal, but stays formal. It was the formality that it's one of the dominant reads because of its common use. And then Sensen gets it. So previous month is, oh, this is because month before last. Are those really the only 3 from yesterday? That's actually fairly reasonable. All right, let's get into this. Refresh. Oh, 1 minute. That's fine. Well, do the first 27. Okay. Oops. thanks. Thanks. The umbrella, right? The umbrella, Totoro, getting a day gun, right? Oops. Oops. That's not the right one. That's fine. 묘지. I don't want to talk about it. That's BS. Okay. Did that delay anything? No, that didn't really delay anything. It's fine. We still have two lifelines. One lifeline. What was this? Oh. That's still really weak. Whatever. It's ko or ko. Kyo. Kyo or ko. Oops. Oh, we got this yesterday. Still the same meaning. don't remember anything else. Okay. Wait, I think I'm thinking entirely incorrect about this. Completely incorrect about this. That's the third time in a row. Oh, it's just Ko. Okay. Was that from the last one? That was from level... Was that from level 3 or from this current level? I think that was from level 3, right? Or it might actually be from level 2, now that I think about it. Yeah, the child mnemonic doesn't come up too often enough. Like to deal with youth and whatnot. That was the mnemonic. So anything that deals with age or being relevant to a child is the thing, and it's throwing me off because it also overlaps with the mnemonics that deal with child. Like Kyo, the Kyo and Ko mnemonic for previous. Yes, for previous. So I think we're gonna have to change that too. Oh, there's Sub-Zero. How did this one work? Treasure. So treasure. Oh, wait. We already talked about this. This is the tackle thing. The learning's been okay. I think WaniKani has a lot of deficiencies, but we're solving them. Oh, there Gecko. Yeah, I don't like the Ko. So we're gonna use like a trigger word like Hanzahiro does with whenever you're thinking about age or when you're thinking about child, you're using the child trigger word. Like whenever a tone needs to be silent, they're using the silent trigger word. So we're probably going to use that moving forward. Largely because there's no definer for when the mnemonic is going to pull up child and or like all the other recurring characters. So we're going to need some trigger words for those. Otherwise, I'm going to not be able to differentiate when I'm thinking about a different mnemonic that overlaps on the same mnemonic. Yeah. That's how I missed that 3 times in a row. I thought about it 3 different ways before the correct way today. So I missed the onyomi for old 3 times because first I thought it was something which was accurate on the thing it was supposed to be about. And then second, I went to the second thing, which is accurate for that thing. And then the third thing. So I went from most general, or I went from most specific to most general. and missed 3 times with like not really any hesitation, but largely overlapping mnemonics. Largely because I didn't know Ko. I'm not used to Ko being a onyomi for that character yet. But that can be something that I can focus on in the future. What happens when this stands alone? Is this the one where like it just stands alone because it stands alone and that's why I can't think of anything? Or, oh no, this is the one why it's so difficult is because the mnemonic is a little way too out there. It's the sake, Keikona sake. That's what I decided to use, the Keikona sake. You've been stressing over Valentine's gifts for this year? It's getting close. Oh. What is Norwegian? How do Norwegian do Valentine's Day, Sub-Zero? Yeah, this is the sake one. Sake as in Keikona sake. And I'm using the mnemonic that someone else used and thought of sake, but with an I. But I'm thinking about it in reverse. I'm saying sake in English, sake, and then thinking of how I would write sake, which is sake. Right now, your idea is to go for one of those portable mini printers, like a Canon CP1500. Does your girlfriend like taking photos? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is sake. Oh, we got some lessons. That was unexpected. Let's do the rest of the reviews first, though. So that was one of the weak ones from yesterday, right? Yeah, Saki was one. There's two. I think there's one other that I changed up the mnemonic quite a lot, but the biggest change was that one. I have to get used to it. If I'm pausing, then it's got to be one of those. We'll see. Oh, I don't. What the heck was this supposed to be? I guess it was supposed to be street, right? Wait. Oh. Oh, that's what's hard though. She doesn't do it regularly, but in the past she has gone to shops to get mini photos printed out. I see. Would be convenient, but I don't know how much she will use it. You don't have any other ideas? That's it, Sub-Zero? May I ask how long you guys been together? I'm not insinuating anything. I'm just actually kind of curious. I need more context. How long have you guys been together? Oftentimes, when there are like fun little gifts around the world that deals with the length of one's relationship, so that might be somewhere to have an idea. Like look up interesting things about signifying 3.5 years. I think one cute little thing that I've heard, because I haven't ever been in a formal relationship, like how there are like these fun little things that give ideas that are inspired off of the length of relationships, which that could be something that can maybe jog or inspire some ideas. I think that one is pretty lovely. There are some traditionalism depending on, you know, the culture, but I think years, every like approximate year has something like that. This is usually dealing with anniversaries, right? Anniversaries. However, maybe some of those things could be some idea things. So not necessarily trying to be pragmatic, as in like not necessarily trying to be pragmatic about it, but more about, hey, I just want to throw something to the wind and have a story behind it. Sometimes that's kind of nice, right? If you're trying to rack your brain based on objectivity of what you know about the person and you're running out of ideas, or you don't necessarily have an idea, it can give a gift from the heart, which deals with investing in time, buying a gift, and explaining what the gift signifies. That can be a very thing, like, here's a piece of me. I know oftentimes it seems most logical to try to project or try to like empathize. When empathy fails, one could also be giving in a generous way, like in generosity. Like, here's a projection of me with you in mind, and I can explain it. Here, you sit down, you talk about it, you explain the gift, and that story can be priceless. At least that would be something that I would consider if you have no apparent ideas. That's a good that's a good go to for wedding anniversaries. In any case, last year for your 10th year wedding anniversary, you went for an engraved tin necklace. 10 years is tin. Oh, can't go wrong with that. Ah, that's very cute. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, see, Gecko, married man, happily married man with a child. Yeah, I think that's really cute. Like, to engrave and celebrate existing together in harmony. Like, that's really cute. So you can immortalize something. Oh, you can memorialize, right? Like, immortalize the time, right? Things that signify another Valentine's Day, but it's your 3.5 year Valentine's Day. That won't occur ever again, right? So you like to think that the next time you spend Valentine's Day, hats off to the 4.5 year Valentine's Day. So that's kind of neat. I think that's a really wonderful start. Tree log symbolizing 3 years. Yeah. And then you can explain it, you could explain it. Symbolism is fantastic. It's something that I feel can mark the occasion without necessarily needing to know about each other. Like it living in the moment kind of deal. So if you're focused on the past and the past is not jiving with you for now, right? And then you don't want to like inculcate the future. Sometimes people go to the future like, hey, I want to give you this thing now. Next year, I'll give you the other part, right? Like, you could do a future thing too, where I'm looking forward to the future. So give maybe a gift that says, hey, you know what? Like for your mini printer thing, right? I want to give you this Canon CP1500. And I hope that with this gift, we can share more moments together and make use of this product together. So it's like you're buying a gift in anticipation of the future, right? This is the logic you're using. Your idea is you're buying something that may be convenient for the future. And that can kind of get a little tough with anxiety and whatnot, largely because objectively, it's very difficult to predict the future. Or you can symbolize the present with something like, let's make this moment count. Here's a symbol of it, and we're going to go on a date. And whenever we have this keepsake, it will mark this date and it'll be memorable. Or you can go to the past and grab a piece of nostalgia of something. Like, there's quite a lot of things to look forward to and enjoy in the present or celebrate the past. Anniversaries and gifts tend to maybe rekindle something of the past. Maybe a gift that reminds you guys of a special moment, right? A special moment that is still present today and possibly tomorrow, but it was that very moment to symbolize that special time that changed the course of your relationship, maybe something like that. Yeah, that was your plan, because she has printed out a couple photos of you guys before. Hey, if you're worried about the gift of that, you can put a story to it, you know? And then you can provide more sentimentalism, a part of you. So when you give the gift, you can say like, hey, why not we use it now? Let's go on a date. And no, obviously you're going to go on a date. For the date, let's try to use the thing, right? And then kind of make it a thing to want to take photos of you guys. That elevates the gift, as opposed to saying or focusing on the idea that if she will use it. You don't have to necessarily imply that or wait on if she will use it. You can incentivize and share the moments together. So it sounds like a great gift, provided that there was an input of incentive from you, right? And expressing it kind of elevates the gift. So in my opinion, a gift, the actual physical thing, is not as valuable as the this sounds really cliche, but the gift is, any gift can be elevated by one's commitment to the gift, right? So add a few stories, a little sentimentalism behind it. Good to go. No need to stress out about gift giving if you're with your unequivocal significant other. You could I mean, honestly, if all else fails, I would even explain how expressing how nervous you are or your concerns about it. I think that's pretty endearing too. Like, well, I spent like 14 hours thinking about this gift, and I don't know if you're gonna use it, but how about we try to use it together? I think in its way that has its charm. Open communication seems to, in my opinion, I'm a little biased. Open communication seems to be my default most of the time when you're out of ideas. You can be out of ideas, you know? You could also get the printer, and in addition, if you have time, make a small collage of sorts of your own with some pictures you already have, both sentimental and practical cause she gets to keep it. Yeah, you can combine them. Yeah, you can combine the motivation by illustrating something one can do with the gift, right? That you're also interested in the gift. Sometimes buying a gift for you as a couple, right? Buying a gift as a couple to symbolize the couple increases the significance. You yourself become invested as well as your significant other. I kind of do that every year though, so I'm worried it's starting to sound like some weak excuse. Suck it up and involve it. I'm kidding. One up it. I don't want to sound like a YouTuber now, where you keep one upping, because eventually you're gonna, run out of one upping. But the idea is your weak excuse can be the excuse, right? It can be a part of you. So you can normalize that if you want it, and then use it as an expectation. Like, if you guys like each other now, then that is what you are falling in love with, right? That's pretty sweet. If you frame it, if one is able to frame it in that way, like, I won't stop making this excuse because I truly believe this is why we are together, or something like that. Not necessarily that strong, but if that excuse continues to work, that's kind of a way to argue for consistency, if you think of it as an excuse, right? I'm not saying it is. I don't actually know the nature of your relationship, but that I think hear me out. Hey, this one might be unrelatable, largely because I don't have a significant other. I think coming up with a GIF for your significant other is probably easily the most easily, in my opinion, if I were to have one, the most intellectually stimulating, one of the most intellectually stimulating tasks, both stressful and also incredibly rewarding, however hard you work. Largely because I'm a little biased in trying to make people happy. So, not only is the excuse another excuse to go all out, not in the sense of like scalar things, we're talking about figuratively. There's so many ways you can go about it. It's kind of like a fun creative project. Right, but you feel like it was a lot easier in the beginning, but there are only so much new stuff to discover from a person after the 2-year mark. You've kind of used up a lot of ideas. So you don't do that. Like, you don't have to go for new stuff. You can spin new perspectives on old stuff, right? Thinking like the idea of bringing back, revisiting something. Now that you're 2 years, you're no longer the time when you revisited that. So how has that changed, right? Kind of like watching an old show, but you're much older now. Or thinking nostalgia is powerful, but also reflection on nostalgia through the lens of more mature lenses can be very, very interesting. At least in my opinion. And you can breathe new life into something that already exists. Like, what's a very topical way to say rehash? Remake. It's time for a remake. You're more experienced now, right? You're more experienced now. It's time to bring back a golden oldie, but make it feel new again, so to speak. And then maybe next year, something serendipitous will happen that produces a new form of simulation, right? Revisiting old things with new lenses is, in my opinion, still considered new, and it's compounded on the potential of nostalgia. I like the whole remake your games nowadays. Gecko says, I'm now at a point in your life where my wife asks me beforehand if I want anything in particular for Valentine's Day. Yeah. If I say no, she'll still find something good though. Yeah, exactly. I don't think, I know you guys are mentioning you're at that point. I'm not even entirely sure if I would need to get to that point. It's interesting because this might be a little bit selective, but I would do all in my way to celebrate the idea, to celebrate or highlight the idea that of all the permutations possible, I was able to share that moment with another person at that very moment. So I think a very corny, cliche thing I would say would be I would combine something that celebrates the present, the future, and the past. So I bring a gift that reminds me of the significant other, which is an old gift, by the way. So it can be something from previous. And then talk about what has happened since then. So something that symbolizes what has happened since then. And then put in a very fun little bit about, since then, all these things has happened. Isn't that interesting? And then talk about how these two brings us to what the future can hold. So a gift or an idea that I look forward to or potentially could happen, which makes it a little bit of all of the above. And it can all be a written letter. Like a written letter, a Hallmark card with like a stone from the place that we ate on the first day, or I could go to the restaurant or something in which where I would pick up, like, I don't know, ask them if I could buy a candle from their store or something, like their restaurant or something, and use that as the gift to symbolize the past, and then pick up something for today which connects the two, and then talk about the things we have to look forward to or something like that. I don't know. It's like a mix of a lot of things. So it's a sentimental gift, but it could also be pragmatically symbolic. Like maybe you could frame your way of buying a mini printer by celebrating and sharing, which what Gecko suggested, by picking pictures that you liked with the two of you together. So that symbolizes what has happened since your idea of hearing or thinking about her taking photos, because you guys have taken photos, right? And you can pick your favorite photos, present your story behind those photos, and then say, let's commemorate this by taking more photos in the future. I think Gecko got a solid way of elevating your photo mini printer idea. Yeah, gifts are interesting. And Valentine's Day is very interesting too. You're trying to celebrate what has passed, but also live in the moment, because Valentine's Day is a day where it's a special day you have to immediately look forward to, and then trying to commemorate that you want to stay together for the foreseeable future. So, and it's not specific to Valentine's Day, obviously, like anniversaries, Christmas, any of the holidays, special occasions can be forward. I'm a little weird about this one. Each day is a special day, so there aren't any particularly special days, but it's very highly dependent if I interact with a significant other that differs from me dramatically, right? I would like to assume that the hypothetical significant other understands my perspective on making each day the best day you can possibly make in the moment. So, here, hats off to all you Valentine's Day goers. I think someone asked me earlier what I was gonna do for Valentine's Day, and my answer was I do the best I can, much like every other day, until I have to make an exception. But I don't have to make an exception right now because I don't necessarily have a significant other. On occasion there might be. I don't have single friends either anymore. I'm at an age where the vast majority of my friends are with a significant other and or in a close relationship with someone else. So no obligations. So I might be saying this from a very, very distant or detached perspective. The thing that I'm tapping into is my care and empathy for making sure young generations grow up healthy. So that's probably where my thought comes from most of the time. Like, I would do anything possible to make it seem like they want to continue doing things in my presence or something like that. And then celebrate all the things that we have done in the presence of each other, right? Existence together, shared experiences are incredibly powerful. And the prospect of shared experiences, second to that. 6 things. Where are we at? Thanks for sharing your Valentine's distress. And Gecko's like, nah. 10 years of practice, get on my level. I'm kidding. Yeah. At least sort of kidding. Yeah, Gecko's an OG. What the heck was dirt? Or soil or earth? Huh. It's been 2 weeks? Hello there, Shira. You finished writing your bachelor's thesis? Thesis? Congratulations. You can resume your language studies now? Nice. Nice. Way to go. Way to go. Ometeto. Um... Now I'm hold up. Hold. Shh. What are you? I don't have a vocabulary word that use you yet. In the onyomi sense. Oh. See? I think. Oh, no, wait. It's a dog demonic, right? Dog digging in the dirt. Doge. 10 years married, but 17 years together. Yeah. That's already a few Valentine's Day, birthdays, Christmas, anniversaries under your belt. Yes, a few, Gecko. My best friends are... Wow. I don't remember how long my best friends have been together. How long have they been married? I think they've been married for 6 years, and they knew each other for... I think it's been 6 years-ish. Wait. No, I think it's close to 10 years. And they have been together for... Wow, they've been together for more than half their lives. Actually, it kind of checks out. It's about the same. Like, they're either... The total number of years is... So, how old am I? And how... They've been together for 18 years. And they have been married for anywhere between 7 to 10 years. I don't know. I was still in... Okay, so I was still in graduate school. So yeah, about the same, actually. About the same. 10 or 11 years, and they've been together for 18 years. And the other brother is about the same too. Although they got married later. It's kind of hard to know when exactly, because they went to the courthouse to get a marriage certificate. I attended the other brother's wedding, but the other brother they went to the courthouse. Did not have a wedding ceremony. And then the third brother has been like hanging out with friends and whatnot for some time. Interesting. Yeah, that checks out. I'm obviously in the minority. Largely people my age either have already eclipsed that or not. Yeah, pretty much the same. You're 34, so you've been with your wife half your life. Oof, I knew it, but there's still something to think about. Now, hear me out, Gecko. You can give your wife a gift to celebrate that realization. Like, hey, let's commemorate. I have spent more time with you in my life than I had with myself. Dang. Now that is pretty epic. Like, think about it this way. At some point, actually a lot of people in this world at this point spend more time outside of the relationship than together. Not a lot of people can say that. Yeah, statistically, I think it's in the vast minority to be with someone more than half their life. If I think of all the particular permutations with relationships, yeah, it's very, very uncommon, or more uncommon than one might think. Perhaps not like a 50%, like over 50% or something, but it's far more uncommon than one might think, especially since memories of the first few years of life are usually pretty blurry, so it feels like it's even more. Exactly. And also the conception, like early in life, the conception of experiences, the consolidation of experiences, in general, that significance is less weighted than when you're older. So that's incredible. Which, by the way, the last wedding I went to illustrate some of the culture of Sub-Zero, I'm like really thinking what Sub-Zero might be thinking about this, but the last wedding I went to that was westernized, as in people who grew up multi-generational of the place that I live in the United States. They had a thing. I talked about this a little bit when people asked me the wedding. One of the weddings I went to is a friend of a friend. And friends of a friend typically are people who are multi-generational Americans, or and these people happen to be of Irish. One of the couple's side happens to be of Irish descent. So they actually went to a honeymoon in Ireland, by the way. Gecko, I know you shared that specifically once. Anyways, that's a digression. One of the things that they do at the dance, so at the wedding, there's this little dance thing that they do, and it's a competition, or it's sort of a competition. It's a friendly competition. So they get all the couples to dance on the dance floor, and they announce slowly by increments how long the couple has been together. And as the number goes up, the people exit the dance floor. So the longer the dance goes, the more symbolic of how long they have been together. And it went up to like 60 years. There was like 5 or 6 couples that went up to 60 years. And I guess they were like 75 to 80 years old or something. That's to illustrate the type of it's a microcosm of the type of steady type of ritualistic traditionalism that is very quaint and wholesome in the place of the United States that I live in. In contrast, right, there's another cultural norm that I lived in for about a third of my life, where people are serial monogamous, as in they tend to weigh the odds and go and have different partners for a time being to understand or better become experienced in relationships before ultimately settling down with someone, right? In this case, most of those people, while there might have been maybe like experimentation in high school or something, their determinants of their definitive partner came at a very, very early age. Like the ones that were still dancing, I think, were the previous generation of the couple's family members. So that kind of, it was a really quaint, interesting microcosm of juxtaposing the current generation with the previous generation. Most of the couples were obviously because of age, right? You can't be the current generation and also be that old. It wasn't based on percentage. It was based on the collective magnitude of years, and it was very cute. It's a thing that actually doesn't happen. I went to two weddings last year, and I went to a traditional Chinese wedding. It was one of my first cousins' weddings, and that type of thing does not occur in even when it was a mixed cultural wedding. My cousin married what I think also coincidentally might have been an Irish person too, largely because of like the localization, but I think that person is either British or Irish, but I couldn't really determine because I'm not really close with my first cousins. What does a typical Chinese wedding look like? In a restaurant, constantly eating, a tea ceremony, at minimum a tea ceremony, 7 to 9 course meal, and shenanigans. Shenanigans, like different types of traditional parlor tricks to celebrate what couples know about each other. So like the inviting part is still similar. You invite your friends, you invite your family member. Generally though, it's disproportionate due to the family member, much less the friend aspect. And you do shenanigans, basically trivia about each other. You celebrate how much the couple know about each other and all the people who know about the couple. So you do like shenanigans. You always have an announcer. It's kind of like an MC. So an MC is someone who has a mic and they do that thing, and then they host a tea ceremony. The tea ceremony is mandatory. Basically, every family member possible that you can reach out, an extended family member, the ones, it has a somewhat of a patriarchal bent to it, right? And you offer tea and their blessing, and then they give you gifts, usually in gold or something of tangible value. That's a mandatory thing, and it usually takes place in a restaurant because the banquet has to account for like health, bountiful health, food, right? And it's just very loud in general. It's very loud. Like the moment I step into a Western wedding, which I had a Western wedding and a Chinese wedding before. This one was the Chinese wedding, so it was they made some accommodations. The Western side was blended with the Chinese wedding. The Western side, it was split. The room was split in 2 aisles. Right? The Western and the Eastern, and they made some Western adjustments. Wearing like the specific clothing and how people were organized, some of the practices, and it was bilingual as well. So there were some consensus. I'm not sure if they will have 2 weddings. Generally speaking, my family was invited because we are family. Chinese weddings are nearly mandatorial to invite all the family members, regardless of maybe indifferences and conflicts. There's obviously those still exist, but That's probably the default. And during the tea ceremony, every existing family member or extension of that family member will be like the previous generation. So your uncles, your aunts will all be offered tea as a symbolism for their blessing, and then they drink the tea and then give their gift to the couple. So it was interesting. It's my first time seeing one of my extended family members in a wedding with a like a interracial wedding, right? Like a multicultural wedding. Most of the time it was purely Chinese affair, which was largely, it was like 80 to 90% that. In a Western wedding, like, you're sitting there, you're quiet, you're very well mannered, and it's a very different atmosphere. Like, you get to it's very majestic, while on the Chinese wedding side, often it's very rambunctious. Like, it's incredibly lively, as opposed to surreal and serene, in my opinion, obviously. I've been to a lot of weddings, and largely due to the nature of my background, I guess I've been to 7 nationalities and heritages, and I can earnestly say it was a pleasure, and it was very wonderful to experience. They don't overlap. They rarely overlap. And that's pretty cool. Out of curiosity, no religious aspect? The tea ceremony is both steeped in religious, not really. We're not gonna say like there was a religious aspect, but it was the Western one. So they exchange vows, which does not happen in a Chinese wedding, like in the same sense. So there was a what do you call that? Yeah, the exchanging of vows, and then the rings, right? The rings. That ceremony did happen. It was part of the Western side of things. You don't usually do that. The tea ceremony itself is quite symbolic in a way, but it doesn't necessarily say this is a particular religion. It's more like pragmatic, I guess. It's a bit agnostic, which is you are privileged, all the tea and the stuff. That's symbolic of something beyond that has some spiritualism in it. But that's as far as it goes. It's like kind of steeped in stupid what do you call this? Superstition, and as opposed to something higher order. So like if you don't celebrate with a bountiful meal, then it does not, quote unquote, guarantee the prosperity and wealth and fortune of the couple, right? So is that spiritualism, or that's a form of spiritualism? I like to say yes and no a lot of times. Like the running joke or the meme about, at least outside of China, the running meme is, my parents are probably far more superstitious than I am, and I grew up around Christianity. If you know what I mean, right? Like the meme here is, actually you probably see clips on YouTube all the time from multi-generation, multicultural diaspora, where like, I'm American, I do this, and then it's like, meanwhile my parents, and then my parents would be like, oh, don't walk to the right side, you're gonna get bad luck, walk over here. It's like, why are you wearing that color at this day? That's kind of what I mean by I think traditionalism and spiritualism kind of meld together in terms of superstition and practices. So, like, for example, New Year's Day, I didn't necessarily wear something new. Like when I mean New Year's Day, I meant Lunar New Year's. Typically, traditionally, you will wear something new. You will bring some, like, wearing new signifies that you're starting a new year, and I didn't wear something new, right? But superstitiously, that could be bad luck. If you didn't wear anything new, it could be bad luck, right? My father, without ever dropping a beat, regardless if we didn't do anything for my birthday, for example, or anything like that, there will be hard-boiled eggs. I will be consuming 2 hard-boiled eggs at some point on my birthday. And that could be seen as a form of spiritualism, in my opinion. There's really no pragmatic reason, right? At least scientifically, you know, if you eat a hard-boiled egg today or you eat a hard-boiled egg tomorrow, they don't necessarily, per se, guarantee some sort of well-being or health. And my parents have a laundry list of these traditional practices. Now, most of the time, talking from a foreigner perspective, right, someone who inherited these values, I don't see it's difficult to qualify them as religiously related, largely because they're entirely unidentifiable to where it came from. Like Buddhism, Taoist, Confucianism, I don't know. I can't. It's not the same as, oh, I'm gonna read up, right? It's very hard to localize, like, oh, I'm gonna read up on Christianity, or I'm gonna read up on Buddhism, and then somehow get to the motivation of my parents upholding these traditions. They wouldn't even identify that. It would be very difficult. So even for them, so it's interesting. And of course, we have to keep in mind that I'm speaking from a foreigner perspective. The official stance in China, from the foreigner's perspective, is that China is atheist, right? It's atheism, right? And that also plays into these type of things. Yeah. I don't even know what the faith distribution would be among Chinese community in the US. Yeah, I wouldn't know either. For the most part, though, I bought someone posted, Churn posted a Discord thing about language today, and this is relevant to that. This is my pocket story for today. Categorizations. Actually, we might as well say a little bit of it. I've been going way too late lately, but I bought a story today. Since you asked a question, I also brought a story today, and it's about categorization. I'll tell you how it relates to language learning in a bit. But categorization. So, right, we have religion as a categorization, and this requires some qualification. And unfortunately, I don't know what that qualification is. So, for the sake of generalizing, this was the main core of this person's video. For the sake of generalizing, I often say that my parents are atheist. Probably. Like, quote unquote, atheist in the most general sense possible. And I'm agnostic. Right? Like, to be, if we're using categorization, but in this way, neither of these incorporate the idea that we do not, like, we participate in other people's spiritualism. As in, if our friends like to go to a church to have a wedding, I will do my utmost best to try to understand all of it, right? I believe that spiritualism is a beautiful construct of humanity. It breathes life, it breathes tradition, it breathes value systems, morality. That's fantastic, right? And at the same time, being a diaspora of Chinese culture, oftentimes you have also the element of pragmatism. So in some ways, when you hear the memes about the stereotypical, perhaps Chinese person outside, because you don't typically, on the internet and stuff, you don't typically interact with mainland Chinese people. As far as diasporas go, all the traditions and stuff are a form of spiritualism. However, they do not qualify as religious practices or religion. They are things that are now steeped in pragmatism. So, yes, it is very appropriate in April to go and sweep your ancestors' graves in order to uphold honor, right, and privilege and excellent sentiments. It's a practice that allows one to ground and understand and remind themselves who came before you, right? Is that a form of, is that a religion? Perhaps, through the eyes of other people, is also a form of pragmatism for like human health and behavior, and also it's spiritualistic, right? It's not like, for all intents and purposes, pragmatically, your ancestors may or may not be able to appreciate it, but it's excellent for the soul, right? It elevates a certain practice. It keeps us grounded, the people who are alive today. And how does this relate to the story that I had? The idea of language was brought up in this video, and is what is meant by a language, right? Does a language mean it also includes dialects? And do language include dialects, which this is my they didn't mention anything past this. And then are the dialects languages because maybe they're intelligible or unintelligible? And it's another not to deflate it, but it is among many discussions that happen when you have a passionate, knowledgeable internet person, right? It's one of those many versions of we should say this and not that. I'm not sure our last I think we had a previous discussion regarding certain other words, right? Certain other words that deal with, oh, it's this but not that. You should say this but not that. It's one of those examples. In this case, they're talking about language. And I'm only going to highlight one of them or two of them because I have a close personal anecdote to those. And he was talking about Chinese and Spanish. He also touched on Hindi and Urdu or Urdu. I don't know how to pronounce it. Urdu, like Urdu and Hindi, or the Slovakian, Bosnian, like the Slavic languages and whatnot. But I can only really comfortably say something about Chinese and Spanish because I have to answer this question every day, like every day in my head, and then I get this question very frequently. So, and I use these terms very frequently. So this person's title was like, it should be this way, and it was predicated on objectivity. So the objectivity of the nature is the pragmatic use of categorization, right? And the person starts off pretty strong with a hot take, which is a very classical common hot take for me, largely because my parents are Chinese and I'm American born Chinese, so it would be relevant to start this hot take. That person is American based on their accent and their perspective a lot of times. So they said like Chinese is a group of people, it's not a language, right? Chinese should not be referred to as a language, and their persuasive argument proceeds with your very usual facts, which these are usual facts because facts are usual. Facts do not change at all. Facts are Chinese. The term Chinese is used to categorize a group of people, which includes their culture. And this person, being a facts person, is heavily more, in my opinion, more of an aspiring linguist. And they qualify that since Chinese is used to categorize culture, that is different from language. And I think yesterday Procol asked me, or 2 days ago asked me, do I consider language as a component of culture? I do. So culture and then language, right? But language has dialects. Dialects have accents, right? Or there are many ways to approach this, but I think for me to illustrate it diagrammically, right? So you have culture. This is only my perspective. Then you have language as a component. It not drawn to size because I'm only drawing it out of convenience. This is not proportional to size. I don't have enough knowledge to know what the proportions are. Then dialect, accent, to give you like a categorical way of using this. This person argues that since there are Chinese dialects, first they say that Mandarin is what people are referring to, and yeah, most of the time. And then Mandarins have unintelligible dialects. So it is strongly inferred that it is wrong then to use Chinese to infer Mandarin and or any unintelligible dialects. So it's a limitation of categorization, right? It's a limitation of categorization. And I have to say something about this, and this also applies to Spanish because Spanish is the next one that's relevant to me, and it takes on a different face in this categorization as well. When you say Spanish, there will be individuals who will be upset or something and mention like Catalan and Mexico Hispanic Spanish and Spain Spanish, and all these things come about. And this person was trying to say that in order to insist on having a clear defining use or unified use of categorization of the English language, by the way, this guy speaks American English. So they're talking about American English speakers, possibly, and or other American English, but not just natives, that use the word Chinese and Spanish to represent a specific language, of which is not nuanced enough to incorporate intelligibles, accents, and whatnot. So my thought about that was, yeah, that's kind of neat. They talk about your usual stuff like origin. This person talks about origins, using looking at the sign language, like the writing, the symbolism, and in the speech patterns and the vowel. So linguistic approaches, right? Linguistic approaches, whichever they can to argue. And then demographics, or maybe even anthropology. Basically, like how many people speak this. There's a significant number of people to speak this. So one thing is really interesting about the way this person went about it is they make arguments based on objective metrics, right? And then middle of the video or near the end, they present themselves as trying to encourage cultural sensitivity. And my thought here is, it goes back to what I was talking about when you were asking me about the religious aspects of the Chinese community in the United States. And I was trying to make differentiations between diaspora in mainland China, but also use the fact that I can't possibly anticipate how these things may change when I'm talking to people, right? So to me, the way I speak usually would be representative of someone who is culturally sensitive, largely coming from a background that requires cultural sensitivity. Now, his take on things was based on objectives, on facts, right? And the irony, or maybe it's not clear to the person, in my opinion, or maybe the perspective is different and I can't appreciate it. But what I see is this person produced a video that presents objectives and can't possibly be culturally sensitive. When you're objective, it's very, very at odds with being culturally sensitive. Being objective means it's not sensitive. They're at odds with each other. If you're being objective, you're not taking into account emotional bias. You're not taking into account things being not based on objectives. Like, it's not objective to tell someone that you can't call Mandarin Chinese. That's not culturally sensitive. You're using facts to justify people's subjectivity. So I felt like it was a really weird cyclic argument. I was okay with the idea of this person stating a bunch of objectives, some facts about, oh, okay, this is how I classify things based on these facts. And it ends there. But no, it goes on and talk about like, well, people will get upset if you say Spanish and then this person clearly doesn't speak the Spanish that it's stereotypically categorizing, as in either Hispanic Spanish if you're from the United States, right, from the Western Hemisphere, or not Western, but let's just say from the continental North American continent or South American continent, and then Europe, when someone says Spanish in Europe using the English word Spanish, you're going to have a misunderstanding. And this person's whole point is to suggest that there's a right and wrong way to categorize things. And then in the end, this person's video is really well done. Like, it's spoken really well. It gives conflicting signals to me, but all the points are incredibly interesting. It's not presented as a discussion piece. It's presented as a persuasive piece. So in the end, though, in order to like give even more mixed signal, the person ends on a rhetoric. What is the line? What is the line between a dialect and a language, right? So they offer like this cliche terminating rhetoric by saying, oh, okay, so let's just be fair. What do you think? What do you think? Where should we draw the line when it becomes so blurred between what constitutes as a language and what constitutes as an dialect? And then the dialect itself, does it require to be intelligible or unintelligible? So these questions and discussions come up nonstop whenever I'm streaming language learning for anyone who wants to discuss it. And usually it comes up with lots of ideas, lots of valid points, and generally speaking, it's an establishment of the person's stance and another person's stance, right? And the irony here is this person is trying to become culturally insensitive promoting cultural insensitivity as a form of being objective to categorization. My discussions with other people rarely comes to some categorical, finite, this is the right way to talk about things. It's in understanding that that person categorized it this way, so if I can frame myself in that way, we're good to go. If you can frame it in my way, we're good to go. That's exercising cultural sensitivity. So one downside or one part that I don't really resonate with is how this person tries to make themselves sound like they're fair while instigating and trying to be persuasive about being more exact about categorization. One of the limitations of categorization is it is not fair. The qualifications of categorization is what communicates how it's not fair, how it's not sensitive to cultural differences, right? When you say Chinese and you're saying Chinese can only refer to the group of people, then that is not fair. And that's fine when you qualify it. So it really, really struck me as a linguist to be someone who is very objective. And that's admirable. Maybe a little bit confusing when you're talking about people's sensitivity, largely because the whole time you're trying to provide facts so that they're always true, but it's your opinion on it. And you're expecting people to be culturally sensitive by adopting this viewpoint, right? Interesting. It's funny because personally you would assume notions of superstition and pragmatism don't go too well together. Yeah, I would say so too, right? It's so funny. Like, that's the fun joke about the Chinese superstition thing. And it's one that I celebrate wholeheartedly. It to me, it reminds me that humans will continue to be humans, right? So steep in a culture of pragmatism is also, what do you do? Veiled and clothed in superstition as well. So even if you're wholeheartedly trying to reject your humanity, your humanity in the most extreme case, which the Chinese culture might consider as one of the more extreme cases of trying to reject superstition or like spiritualism and whatnot, I think it's heartwarming to see that humans are still humans, right? Superstition and pragmatism are two sides of human projection. You have your subjectivity and you have your objectivity. So the internet is trying to remove that too, largely due to algorithms, right? And this person, how does that relate to this? Is because this person approaches language in a very similar way. And that's objectively, right? Science do that too. Where does it end or where does it become murky is when science approach subjectivity, right? For example, what is the best way to save the most lives or the most important lives? When you say important, it enters the realm of subjectivity. So what is most important? Not what, if one life is equal to one life, then utilitarian takes place. That's purely objective. So it is no longer, it is agnostic to what the potential of a person is and like the value of a person, that kind of thing. And a linguistic, whenever I meet very talented, maybe linguists to be, their arguments tend to be very agnostic, as in, here are the facts, we should do it this way in order to unify definitions. It's like, that's admirable. That is very appropriate from an objective standpoint. Meanwhile, I think what is getting confused or lost in content creation is often to get more views and whatnot, they start with hot takes. Hot takes are not objective in nature. They are opinionative in nature. So whenever you start a video with hot takes and then you start talking about cultural appropriation, spinning linguistic things create, in my opinion, a cognitive dissonance for me and a lot of people. So when you have people saying, oh, this is the right way, but why do I feel like I always get arguments? Like, why do people argue with me if this is the way? Like, well, you're talking about objectifying something that is naturally subjective. So without creating cultural sensitivity, trying to be objective based on facts, like I'm saying a person who is subjective can still observe and acknowledge that I agree with the facts. I agree that there are languages that are unintelligible and intelligible to each other. I also agree with all the facts this person says. They're great. It actually is incredibly informative. Like the synentics or synentics of the Yue speakers in China. They didn't mention Fujianese, but they did mention others. And then in contrast to Mandarin, that is really informative. Those are the facts. They're happening now. They're observable. How this person is trying to persuade that there's an appropriate and single way of categorizing and using English to talk about Chinese. Meanwhile, keep highlighting that this is for cultural sensitivity, in my opinion, sounds more like misappropriation. Because that is how, in my opinion, personally, what misappropriation looks like. It's like, oh yeah, I'm just telling you what the right way to label things and use things because it can hurt other people's feelings about cultural sensitivity and representation. That is misappropriation. That's when you're using a scapegoat and a victim to justify a course of action that actually leads to that insensitivity, right? When China says Chinese people are a specific type of qualification, they know what they're doing. It's not going to be like saying, oh, we're trying to unify people under a categorization, not diversify them. So when someone says, I want to unify linguistics by highlighting that they help diversify the nuances of language, that is going in two different directions. That is weird. And I am so confused because if that were true, if this person achieves their goal of unifying how to define what a language is, then you are asking all the people who already argue about the diversity to adhere to one categorization. And that's what happens when one tries to be objective about subjective matters. Right? Now, this person is probably going to be a really great linguist in the future. For myself, I'm not a linguist, although I would make an argument that I am a communication specialist. So when I think about communication, this is where linguistics and communication overlaps and butt heads. It's kind of like genetics and statistical analyses, right? Genetics and bioinformatics, they're not often separated anymore. They have to butt heads or interact with each other. So from a communication specialty, I would like to become a communication specialist in the future. My thought is present the facts, offer the linguistic perspective, and then highlight how cultural sensitivity may contrast with linguistic defined terms, largely because with that information and awareness, when you talk to someone, when you communicate with someone, you can use this information to determine the appropriate way of talking to another person. So, for an example, This person wants to argue that we should call Mandarin Mandarin, not Chinese. So how do we negotiate this? Because they highlighted, actually that person put a reference to the Chinese government. Basically, the current leader of China, and how to be culturally sensitive or a compromise. I personally use Chinese as a broader collective, not in the sense of its importance of number or origin, but it's going to be construed as that by a lot of people. Now, then that would give me the opportunity to expand and qualify my use of it, because I personally think of communication as like this stuff as a form of communication. So when someone says, "Oh, do you mean Mandarin?" or they assume Mandarin, and then I can clarify it because it's not clear enough. You know, you need to expect nuance and clarification. Meanwhile, when you think of like an objective discipline, what they may see, like I'm trying to empathize with a linguist, for example, I don't know enough about linguistics. They're talking about this is inefficient, right? It's objectively inefficient. If you have to use Mandarin and Chinese and there's a constant confusion as to, like, you have to clarify later and, you know, the nuances, that's inefficient. It's faster and it makes more sense, quote unquote, makes more logical sense to have a unified meaning for using Chinese and Mandarin. That is how I can kind of empathize with the objective prone approach. And I'm like, yes, true. However, I like to say I'm biased towards a different perspective, and it's usually due to sensitivity, right? I say Chinese to represent a lot of things. Chinese is a culture, and underneath that culture is the language. The language can include Mandarin, Fujianese, Cantonese, like a lot, but they're mutually interchangeable. Fujianese can be highlighted and elevated on the tier of like any other Ye speaking. I don't know how they were using the Ye term, but other languages, and it's not signifying an objectively more important way of categorization, or I'm trying not to, in the expectation of having to explain it. It's communication forward, as opposed to removing the need for communication or mitigating the need for communication. It does have its benefits, right? It's more efficient. There's less misunderstanding, right? There's less misunderstanding on the premise that most people are agnostic to what is important, right? Except facts or statistics or whatever this person determined, right? So they picked statistics that supported their observations. They observed that Chinese is more than just Mandarin. So that's an argument. It's like, well, I agree. Chinese is more than Mandarin. So the same argument can be made. I use Chinese to include more than Mandarin, and we start there. Instead, this person says, don't use Chinese, say Mandarin instead of Chinese, because Mandarin is more specific. Then you have excluded, right? That's exclusion. That's being more specific. More specificity reduces misunderstanding. It's more efficient. So you can't say be wrong, but at the same time, when you're communicating with someone, when you tell someone I speak Mandarin, then you remove the chances of someone talking about Chinese, I don't know, culture, Chinese culture, for example. Those things are less culturally sensitive. You are less likely to be wrong, but you are also less likely to be culturally sensitive, largely because you're being very specific, right? And I'm not saying that there's a good or bad thing. It's a balance. There's a balance between these things. And oftentimes when someone is incredibly objectively defined, especially when you get caught up in like scientific objectivity, which science is one of those, yeah, it can be something, it can end up sounding like something like, what is the cure for cancer? I use this a lot as a dark joke. What's the definitive cure for cancer? Death of the host. Right? That is objectively true. It is agnostic to the idea of why even bother looking for a cure for cancer if we all die anyways, right? That kind of thing can become very insensitive because it's objective. I think sensitivity is weirdly guised as being objective. When you be objective, somehow that boosts your sensitivity to things, right? To human subjectivity. That's, I'm sure there's people who have opinions about this, but I think it's fundamental to understand when you're being objective, it can be less sensitive, or like to have the tendency to be less sensitive. Interesting. I would assume presenting facts, either real or so-called, usually tend to generate more views. Controversy. And I would say yes if it's steeped in controversy. The title of the video, the title of the video, presented a very bold statement, and then the first minute requires a bold statement that causes viewer retention. So, like, it's Mandarin, not Chinese, more or less, is a very bold hot take. So it's very hot. And that's typically how that video started, which makes sense. I watched the rest of the video, not necessarily because of that, but it did present an incentive to watch the rest of it. The person that linked it is why I watched the video, not necessarily that person starting with a hot take and using a clickbait title. I'm no linguist at all, but I myself have always had the internal categorization that if it's almost totally mutually intelligible, it's a dialect. If not, it's a different language. Oh, yeah, that's where we differ, right? That's where we differ. But the nice thing about it is you're able to explain how you qualified a dialect. And this person didn't do it in that way. Like, this person didn't present the video agnostically. They didn't say, oh, okay, some people believe that mutually intelligible languages are dialects. And then other people, and then like give examples and regional, they specifically tailored and cherry-picked examples that forward an agenda. So that agenda made it sound like this is a personal opinion piece. And ironically, when I think of someone who's trying to be objective, it often comes off as agnostic as opposed to persuasive. So maybe this person won't necessarily become a wonderful linguist. I don't know. But the idea is when you're trying to be objective, you are also agnostic to cherry picking. So for me, I actually have the opposite. For me, because I'm Chinese, or like I'm Chinese diaspora, right? Language is the broadest category. So it instigates family, right? Family. Dialects, for me, from the Chinese sense, like if I were talking to, say, a Chinese person, dialects are unintelligible. The majority are unintelligible to each other. And accents are intelligible to each other with under a family, right? So when I say I have a North American accent, it is still intelligible to a South American, or like the Southern American accent versus the Northern American accent. They are intelligible to each other. But when I say dialect, Fujianese is a dialect of the major family Chinese. And Fujianese is a fellow dialect of Mandarin. Largely because I want to keep it open where people think about origins. The origins is a very big thing about objective nature because that can be objectified easily. What came first? One could argue Mandarin came first, so therefore then Mandarin is the family, and Fujianese is a dialect of Mandarin because it's afterwards, and that's one of its major organizations for linguistics. What came first? And you and I, we've already talked about these quite a lot, Gecko. The difference between prioritizing or preference for origins versus derivatives. And since my perspective in culture is that I am a derivative, right? A derivative, which often can be seen as negative, which I don't use derivative as negative. And origins, I don't see it as a net positive most of the time, right? So there is also a categorization where their dialects, if they are spoken in the same country and language, are they separate nations? Exactly. Marl, exactly. That illustrates my point in terms of communication. So here, to be fair to this guy is going to be a great, possibly very good at facts and objectivity. And I hope that the person's video is going to be less provocative, right? Provocative from an objective standpoint. How does one become less provocative but more objective, more inclusive of facts, right? As opposed to trying to say you're inclusive by presenting a persuasive piece, right? In science, you can sound persuasive by only using confirmation bias. You can cherry pick all your data and your stats to present a persuasive piece. However, a scientific article tries to go against that. They try to be as inclusive of the facts, so they highlight things that may or may not weaken their stance. But at the same time, in the scientific community, this would strengthen. When you're going against persuasion, it strengthens the facts. It gives the person the impression that this person knows, quote unquote, they try to know all the facts. So the fact that Gecko and Maro and you and I have cited different ways to present this, that would be the objective observation, not the fact that this person was trying to insist that there's one way to go about this. And those things get views. Provocative takes get views. So maybe this person doesn't want to become a linguist. I guess. But generally, linguists are very agnostic when it comes to how they present things. Science, politics, and stuff become very agnostic. They sound like they don't have a point, as in like there are so many points and it's there for information. So Maro, you have an example, Gecko has an example, and I have an example. These are the examples. Which one would you choose? And which one, and how do you go about identifying a language from a dialect? The video ended like that. The video ended with, oh yeah, you know, so what do you think? How do you define dialect and language, right? At the end. But the whole piece sounded like he's telling you how to identify it now. And then suddenly at the end tries to backtrack. So it was kind of a little confusing. It's not like egregious or anything. I think it's a funny observation I had about the video, largely because I tend to, I know the objective, those facts. I agree with him. How he used those facts was interesting to me. Like, was he trying to be provocative in order to get viewership? Right? Because provocative viewership means that there's exposure, right? Exposure. It means it generates interest, which is important as well. If you present like objective facts and publish a scientific article, it's not provocative. Like, when was the last time you heard that people on the internet likes to jump on board and go and look at scientific article reviews? No, they look at a person's paraphrased summary of that article presented in a provocative way most of the time. So cue the weird lack of awareness thing. Why does it always sound like people have an agenda when they're presenting scientific articles through summary? Largely because their motivations are motivated by being provocative, right? Like, oh, blue light hurts your eyes. Buy my glasses. So there's a secondary source, you know, there's a secondary filter. And this guy has their secondary filter, which that's what I'm talking about here. Not that it's bad or good. It can work for people. People might learn by being provocative. I'm illustrating the idea that I expect that the people I talk to will have different categorizations, but I expect them to also be able to explain and qualify it, because communication people who are excellent in communication, they are able to negotiate this. It's part of their speaking pattern. They have skills in communicating that. So instead of saying what's right and wrong to do, they talk about what you and I do. Like, I'm asking, right? Gecko shared what he considers, and Maro, you have shared something else you have observed, and all of these things are true. They're not like that's wrong and I'm right. Though that creates a weird thing. And hiding behind cultural sensitivity, that to me is an excellent way to explain misappropriation. Evening, what are we talking about? We're talking about categorization, Blair. Like, you know, categorizing. And then what did categorizing like language and dialects. Gecko. But on the other hand, ooh, okay. Hold up. On the other hand, I also love this somewhat famous quote. A language is a dialect with an army and navy. Exactly. Insinuating that the distinction is often more a matter of politics than linguistics. It's very important. It's very important. It's acknowledging the subjectivity, the subjective nature of the language, and the dialect, right? What's considered a dialect and what's considered a language? It's the people behind it, the politics behind it. I take everyone has more efficient and precise vocabulary in the field of expertise, but to me, it also It's also appropriate to use the broader terms in conversation that do not delve into a particular topic. Exactly. So the last your take is, in my opinion, ironically, categorically more communication forward, right? It's an emphasis on communication, not on objective categorization for efficiency, right? Specialties is a trade-off. Specialties become more and more unrelatable, largely because they become less and less generalizable. And in generalizable nature, gravitate towards people who have to be generalizable. In a field of communication, you have to be more generalizable and broader in order to sound more elegant and agreeable in order to approach agreements and disagreements. So if you're a person who's far more agreeable in terms of communication, you're more likely to adopt and lean towards highlighting that there is an application to being generalizable as opposed to specializing. If you're a specialist, you would probably gravitate towards the other. Quick fun fact before you go to bed, in French, when someone is trying to explain something to you and you don't understand the explanation at all, you would say it's Chinese to me. Maybe you know. Interesting. So they used Chinese instead. What was the word? What is English equivalent? Gibberish? I don't know if gibberish has a categorization. Oh, no, but they do say it's all French to me sometimes. You know, like, oh yeah, that's confusing. It might as well be French. So that's kind of funny because in France, they, you know what? Hear me out. Hear me out. I'm an American English speaker. I think the new phrase for that should be it might as well be English. Like, oh, this is confusing. Yeah, it might as well be French. It might see. I almost said French again. It might as well be English. At this rate, we might as well normalize it, right? Right? We might as what Chinese is taking is it might be something alien and confusing, if you know what I mean. Like the air of that saying, at least in the United States, is they would pick something that is confusing or technical or hard, right? Like, oh, this isn't rocket science, you know, like this isn't rocket science. We're trying to talk about simple things. It's not rocket science. And in terms of language, I often think that Americans would probably choose French, largely because it's kind of relatable in an emotional level, but at the same time, probably unintelligible at a specificity level. However, I would go as far as saying, if I'm talking to anyone else, it might as well be English, because English is where this all started, right? The heck idea of a language and a dialect, this person is talking about American English, because this person is speaking American English. So the confusion and all the linguists and all the categorization is fueled by how English is used by a lot of people. Yeko, you are not American, right? And that's really awesome, right? And I don't even know if Maro is American. I'm not even sure. So because we all use English, we are likely going to have different perspectives in saying dialect and language. I'm an English speaker and I'm also American, and I still can't agree because I'm also Chinese to some extent. So my dialect categorization of using English is because my background's different. So it might as well be English. If you're Turkish, see, Maro is Turkish. So it might as well be English. If we're gonna have a saying about like needing to explain something but you don't understand it at all, it might as well be English, because we're using English and it's confusing because so many people want to say what is the right and wrong way to categorize things in English, and anyone who has a different background is probably going to differ to some extent. They're going to have an example. They're going to have an example that creates an exception, and might as well be English. You know what? Let's make that a thing. It might as well be English. It's all English to me. I know some other language also use Chinese in that expression. I believe the English equivalent would be, it's Greek to you? Oh, yeah, that's fair. I haven't really heard that much. Oh, it's Greek. I haven't heard. It might as well be French. Hey, Mattia. In Italy, we also say it's Chinese to you. Oh, interesting. But in some occasions, we also say it's Arab to you. Ah, cute. Yeah. So pick your poison. The idea is linguists have an uphill battle. Well, actually, humanity in general has an a constant consternation. Let's like wrap up this. What is the core essence of this statement I'm trying to make? I think there's a human condition, and this human condition is why I like living as a human and having discussions like this. Humans are in constant combat on the internet of being objective, but constantly either being unaware or aware of their subjectivity. So it's an endless cycle of trying to be objective about subjective things. And we wouldn't have these wonderful discussions. I wouldn't derail my study for 2 hours every day if there wasn't a constant conflict of being a robot, a robot, and a human being. So as objective as we really, really want to get, it's often in the guise of trying to benefit the subjectivity of humanity. Things get simpler if you're more precise. Simpler is subjectivity. It's an outcome for humanity. But efficient may not necessarily require subjectivity, right? So it's very interesting. Yeah. Good night, by the way, Gecko. Thanks for instigating another topic. We started with a wholesome topic like buying gifts for Valentine's Day. I don't even. Anyways, good night. Oyasumi nasai, Gecko-san. You're heading to bed, so you're in time to relay me in keeping MAKU off office. Oh no! We're finishing today. Yesterday I went to 5 a.m. We're finishing today. I promise. I think I'm gonna try to promise. Oh, there, Mattia. It's Chinese to me or it's Arab to me. Yeah, we tend. I think if I'm gonna speak conservatively. I think French is often the default for complication in the United States, so they would refer to French. Yeah, it was another 5 a.m. thing. So there was 2 back-to-back 5 a.m.ers, so we're gonna try to sleep a little. It's all Greek to me. I see. Evening, waiting on phone data to transfer, eating dinner, then cracking open Unit 5 on Duo. Oh man. What may I ask? What was the sudden or a surge in doing Duo lessons, Blair? Have you liberated some time? It's 5. Yeah, I know. In your time zone. Yeah, I can imagine. I'm sorry. Usually I'm actually on earlier too. So my stream sessions have gotten later and later. I'm usually on around 8 p.m. 8 p.m. ish in the middle. So plus or minus 2 hours. So from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. are like it can start a lot earlier, but I've been getting later and later. The thing that I was talking about today, that story that I brought, was why I was late. Because I wanted to type it in my Discord. So I get caught up all the time. I think it keeps me healthy with my mania when I type things out and share my thoughts. So this is how I keep studying without burning out a lot of times. So, way you want to learn French just to be able to say, pardon my French? Exactly, pardon my French. I would like to claim being Latvian for the sake of the argument. Fair enough. Fair enough. You are officially our Latvian representative. You date all of your vocab stuff, and I started Unit 4 a little under a month ago. Rookie numbers, I can do better. Oh, I see. Is that where the motivation came from? All right. So we're gonna refocus. But in the end of the day, guys, I think all those videos have a point to them. And usually I'm thinking about the point to them. After a while, when you hear the same facts, right? If you hear the same facts because they're facts over and over again, I become less and less interested in the facts. I'm more interested in the person's motivations. So, no, I'm not saying this person is a villain or evil or bad or good or right or wrong. I just think it was, I think, not just, I think it's interesting that this person took this perspective. And I was discussing what the motives were and whatnot, because I want to be interested in the person, not the facts. Like the facts they're presenting about a case. Like I want to know why they're presenting those facts. Sometimes facts are really, really interesting, right? They might be the reason I click on videos. However, on this particular video, I didn't click on it because I was interested in it. Someone shared it. So my motivation was I wanted to understand why that person linked the video and what was about that video that might have been interesting to that person. And it's probably it's probably dealing with Chinese. And they probably linked it to me because I've talked about this topic before in a different way. And sure enough, that video was in contrast to what I say most of the time. When someone asks me, "Oh, do you speak Chinese?" And I'm like, "Yes, I do. May I clarify?" Right? By Chinese, we might be referring to Mandarin, and by Mandarin, there's a chance I want to clarify that I speak a dialect of Mandarin, which is Fujianese, and Fujianese is unintelligible to Mandarin. And that takes 1 minute, right? I've said all of that stuff in 1 minute. Instead of saying, "Oh, when you ask me if I speak Chinese," this person, the person that I think would say is, "Well, Chinese is not a language. Mandarin is a language. You probably mean Mandarin." And the conversation stops there. That, to me, is how I illustrate someone who is objectively minded, but agnostic to empathy. Like, when you can say that because you're right, you don't have to care about what that other person's feeling is. That's what happens when you're objective, right? In my opinion, I have personal anecdotes when I was younger. I believe that if I know the facts, it justifies being insensitive, right? And I think the internet has plenty of that already. So I choose not to do that. That's my personal preference. I want to balance out what already exists. So I'm not saying they shouldn't exist. Largely, it's to provide contrast. When someone asks me if, like for example, if someone asks me if I'm Chinese, I would say yes and no. My parents are Chinese. I am American born. I like to consider myself as a Chinese American or someone who's American born Chinese. So therefore, the things I say are not necessarily representative of mainland China, but they are things inherited from my parents. And this particular group also have very distinct personalities and behavioral patterns that separate and distinguish between even an international Chinese person spending their time in the United States and an ABC. And I talked about this yesterday or the day before, where most of the stuff that I say are representative of a group, and it's the same. Like you can run the parallels between saying Chinese meaning Mandarin, Chinese meaning American-born Chinese, or not. If you ask a mainland Chinese person if I am Chinese, they would say no. And that's understanding the facts. The likelihood of anyone calling me Chinese from China is nearly non-existent. So does that hurt me in a sensitive way or something? Not necessarily. The nice thing about objectivity is it's also agnostic. It blunts insensitivity, right? So not only does being objective make something insensitive, it also serves to blunt your own sensitivity. So you become numb, but then it means things from other people may hurt you non-existently, right? It works both ways. It's being objective means you are not emotional, so you can't be hurt, but also you are not emotional to other people as well. So if you say, I am right, factually right, you are less likely to care about whatever the other person says unless they agree with the thing you're right about. And then if they insult you, it doesn't impact you as well because you know you're right. That's objectivity. That's the disregard for emotional subjectivity. Now, as a human being, I like to think that it's a combination of the two. So even the most hardy human beings, that's where I connected with Gecko when he asked me about weddings, which connected with Sub-Zero's Valentine's Day gift. The wedding was both a Chinese and a English and a Western, I think Irish wedding. And Chinese, even despite all the pragmatism, efficiency, nationalism, etc., there is steeps of human superstition. And that's how we connect it to the argument that we have right now, where you can be as objective as possible. Being void of your humanity is, at least I think, not normalized. I would say at least still 98% of human population are still considered human, as in they have to negotiate subjectivity with their objectivity. The 2%, I left the 2% because sociopathy is a thing, right? Like there are people who do struggle and or even unaware of sociopathy. What does that look like? That looks like someone who's a sociopath. So that's kind of, sometimes it's difficult to discern when someone is trying to be so objective and pragmatic that they might temporarily sound like they're lacking humanity. And when I was a kid, I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, so hear me out. I was also identified based on my behavior. So my behavior was abnormal. I was withdrawn. There are many things about my socialization that didn't seem very subjective, right? Outside of obvious things. So those obvious things kept me from people thinking that, oh man, this child is lacking emotional intelligence, right? And sure enough, as I grew older, the thing that makes me happier, right? I progressively became happier. I progressively had people around me who understands my feelings and they understand their feelings and they found significant others. This is how it attaches to the whole wedding thing and Sub-Zero trying to find a perfect Valentine gift for his girlfriend of more than 3 years. That part, the internet has a wealth of knowledge to be objectable about a gift, right? The objectivity about a gift. Talking with other people, communicating with other people, trying to find creative ways to connect with another human being. Trying to objectify that is one thing, but forsaking subjectivity is another thing, right? So it comes back full circle. Most of the time when people ask me a question or ask my thoughts, I usually prioritize, I usually sound like I'm favoring subjectivity. That is not necessarily my personal preference. It is a preference born out of representation. Oftentimes, when people ask me my reactions or my thoughts about this, they already presented an objective case or an attempt to be objective. And then my way of trying to be inclusive is to offer a different take, and often providing a subjective argument using logic
logic in the sense of rationality, like how humans can rationalize their behavior, leads to these discussions that last for a while. But ultimately, I want to make it clear that I don't think any of this cannot lead, like there aren't things that can't lead to happiness, except one thing. And this is more of a paradox. And I don't usually say absolutes, but one thing that can't lead to happiness is void of emotion. Emotion is happiness is an emotion. So if you're operating your entire life based on objectivity, you are less and less likely and mitigating the less and less likely opportunity of appreciating what life has to offer. Other than its like objective nature. Like happiness is an emotion. Sadness, consternation, frustration. Objectivity tries to minimize all of that. Efficiency, right? Efficiency, right and wrong, so you don't have to think about anything. Clarity, automation, those things remove the need to be emotionally distraught, insecure, concerned. It mitigates humanity. You don't have to make tough decisions. Are not tough when they are objective, largely for the sake of being objective. So that's great. If you're too sensitive, right? There are people who can't make decisions because they're universal empathizers. They care about too many things, right? In fact, that's kind of a bane of knowledge. When you have someone who's very compassionate and very sensitive and you give them lots of knowledge, they'll explode, right? Because they'll have a mental breakdown. There's too many things to consider subjectively when impart with new knowledge. So this is a kid, in my opinion, a much younger person based on their perspective, that they discovered their love and passion for linguistics, and that linguistics transferred into a way of elevating their emotional state. So they wanted to publish something that's emotional due to the discovery of interest. And that's kind of neat. That's the human condition, right? Plus you have 3 back-to-back 12-hour shifts starting tomorrow, so you need something to do. Oh. It's kind of, I kind of love that the idea that when you have long work shifts, you're able to squeeze in learning. So being blunt and sensitive, you rein in for the sake of the talking point? Yes. Emotional subjectivity is so difficult sometimes. The way you say sociopathy makes me think it sounds so odd. Sociopathy? Oh, wait, how does sociopathy how do I say wait, how do other people say it? Hold up. Do they say like sociopathy? Oh, okay. Sociopathy. I see. Yeah, sociopathy is I believe the syllabalism that comes from like the rest. So I say sociopathy like pathology, right? Pathology. The emphasis is on the O. Um it's in the middle. So I say sociopathy a lot because of like pathology, anthropology. It's on the O. It actually makes more sense the way you said it. Okay. I don't actually. I think so. I don't remember how people say sociopathy. So that's probably because when I fear what people talk about when they talk about sociopathy. So I'm not sure if I watch a lot of YouTubers and stuff that talk about that stuff. You just never had a reason to say it, so you never thought of it. Oh yeah, that's a good point. I never had a reason to say sociopathy, so I have no idea if people say it like that. Or like Appalachian, 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 yeah, Appalachian, as opposed to Appalachian. So totally understandable. I used to say sociopathy, I think. But then I'm thinking of psychopath. Like cough. That sounds weird. I don't think, is there like psychopathy? No, that doesn't, that sounds awful. Anyways, um that's a lighthearted, that's an excellent lighthearted note to stop on for now. All right, that's our daily digress. You know what? We might as well call this segment Daily Digressions or the Daily Digress or something. You know, like kind of like a newspaper journal headline, the Daily Digress or the Daily Digression, you know? That I promise I typically bring a story or two. Each day I try to bring a story. Gotta make these, gotta seize the opportunity. All right, let's get back. I think I have more reviews now that we've taken long. Daily Digress with MAKU. Bonus language learning. It sounds like a seminar. Yeah. I promise, or not really promise, but I can assure most people I don't sound like this when I'm not streaming. So, hopefully this doesn't change change people's perceptions. I actually, well, actually, I take it back. I want to change people's perceptions. I don't sound like this when I'm talking casually to people. I'm streaming. It's a special condition. So I say this because remember to keep in mind when someone's making a YouTube video, right? Even if they say, in my opinion, they're saying they're being genuine. I am being genuine. I'm being genuine in the nature of this condition, right? Versus, oh, this is how I act every day and all day as I talk to someone. Some people might be that, right? But this is a part of me that is my genuine self. But this is how I sound when I'm prepared for things. So maybe in the future I can do something to illustrate what it's like when I'm not prepared for something. Occasionally it does happen. I will say things like, in my opinion, like every single sentence. I will stutter. I will breathe. There will be long periods of silence. I will say like 10 times more unintentional, right? So I'm prepared for these things and I'm prepared for these discussions. When I say something, I bring stories. However, as I bring those stories, I make sure to collectively understand what other types of questions and comments would come about of those stories. So when someone makes a comment, I'm like, that's exactly what I mean. This is exactly what that's going to happen. Hey, hear me out. I thought about this. Let's proceed to this. So it sounds like a seminar a lot of times. Like, no joke. If it sounds like it's talking or listening to some instructional material, things tend to sound instructional and predictable when you have rehearsed them or thought about them, right? And that is by intent. I'm intentionally prepared to stream. Streaming is I don't vibe in stream. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I do. Okay. I don't usually plan to vibe, but I would totally be riding on a vibe if someone can provide me with a vibe, right? Those times happen. I've been goofy every once in a while, you know. I think Blair and I have a special memory when it comes to the flamingo at the window. So that was a vibe. That was really late in the day too. I needed a second win, and the flamingo at the window definitely did Did a double take. Forever ingrained into our lore. Yes, the lore of the flamingo at the window. Vibes are great. I would be lying to you if I would definitely be disingenuous if I said most of my interactions with people are a vibe. I have very problematic situations to vibe with people. I spent most of my life trying to be more sensitive and more subjective, and it lead me to how I sound now. Maybe nowadays I sound a little bit more sensitive and empathetic than a lot of people who spend their time on the internet, but I'm going to be real here. Prior to the internet, people are quite sensitive. They are quite empathetic. Nowadays, I think it's a symptom of the internet, the hyper optimization and stuff, like hyper optimization, objectivity, make it seem like maybe I'm above average in terms of empathy and sensitivity, largely because I don't think other people are less sensitive. It's more like a conditioning of being less sensitive. So how can someone make a comment more sensitive? I probably stop optimizing for objectivity, right? Like video comments. Oh, I would love to see someone's video, a linguist maybe, that analyze the trends in video comments and language and diction, especially in English, from 10 years ago and now, because video comments are strictly incredibly insensitive. Not a bad or good thing. It's a normal thing. So feelings are not necessarily hurt most of the time in video comments because they are insensitive. They are normalized to be insensitive. And the individuals who are sensitive, collateral. They are collateral people. So like, the 6 different meme jokes on a video comment. It's like, oh yeah, this is totally real. And then a sensitive person's like, wait, I didn't know this was real. And then, cue 60 other people like, whoosh, I guess this person's never been on the internet because clearly it's not real. This guy is unironically saying an ironic thing. You should have been on the board, right? And everyone else laughs, and then that person is like, I'm never going to make a comment again. Until they doom scroll for another like 3 months, and then like, all right, now I'm here, and then they join the bandwagon. They're like, oh yeah, this is totally real, haha. And then the next victim or the next person, we're not gonna call them victim, but the next person who's in the outside group will say, wait, I didn't know this was real. This looks kind of fake. And then the cycle begins. So the echo chamber continues. It's insensitivity training. People make absurd remarks, and they have to be super absurd in order to elicit an emotion. There's no subtlety anymore. Like I can't say, oh, you're having a decent day. Okay. May I ask, why did you say you had a decent day as opposed to a good day? Right? Those nuances are gone, in my opinion, for now, temporarily on the internet. It has to be extreme enough to overcome the barrier of insensitivity, and it has to be both positive or negative extremes enough to elicit a true concern. Everything else, it's like, fall in line in terms of comments and discussion. Like, oh yeah, that's not serious. That's not serious. Oh, you're not taking language learning seriously. Wait, you only study 12 hours a day for language? Oh, that's not serious. Wait till you start studying 14 hours a day. Oh, okay, so you do study 14 hours. How much are you learning? 300 a day? That's not enough. You have to get to 500 a day before you are serious enough. I brought it back to language learning because that's how language learning has been affected by the internet, the hyper optimization. People's accolades progress, reward for those who are not more normalized to the internet, they probably get slammed down due to insensitivity. Like, hey, you know, I learned, and you might be thinking, okay, well, that's fine. Most people are, it's internalized too. So you have someone saying, oh, I'm sorry, like, man, I suck. Like, I used to be learning 100 words, and now I'm learning like 20 words a day. It is just getting harder, and I'm getting worse. Internet. Right? If you know someone learns faster and better than you with every passing day, it's the onus is on you to beat yourself up so that you can learn faster or find some way to learn faster, as opposed to understanding that there's sensitivity involved. You may be different. You may have other things. You can learn other things while also learning the language, because maybe language isn't the only thing, right? That kind of thing. Oof. I think it goes a long way when you can tell someone that, yes, the internet tells you a lot about like what other people are doing, but you are also human, and the internet's language does not account for human sensitivity very much anymore. Now, there are humans behind those messages. Maybe we can change that in the future. It's wild. It's wild. I would love to hear someone who can build a body of evidence against what I just said in the last 10 minutes. Build a body of evidence that you don't have whataboutisms and comparative apples and oranges analysis in order to deflate all forms of sensitivity or emotional nuance. It completely gets dismantled all the time. When someone says, oh yeah, you know, the WaniKani isn't working for me, and then 4 threads like, oh no, just wait, trust me. Or like, oh yeah, you're right, it's garbage because I already quit a long time ago. Like, it's really polar, right? It's incredibly polar. Advice is constantly polar. It's not, oh, I see what your problem is. Have you tried doing this? It seems like this is what you're saying is the problem. If this is true, maybe this will help. There's no sensitivity to knowing what that person's nuance is knowing the facts. The facts are how you determine opinions. The fact is there are people who are upset with Duolingo and therefore it's garbage. The fact is there are some people who don't like WaniKani, so therefore WaniKani is garbage. Right. I brought this up because it's one of the recent threads. On occasion, there's a thread that comes up where someone says WaniKani doesn't work and is garbage, right? It will inherently come up. Even you don't have to be Duolingo for it to come up. So it's incredibly insensitive, and largely because when you have a fact, you can say a lot of things. If you can find an instance of a fact, then it is a fact, and it can be applied inappropriately to be insensitive. Great examples would be like, yeah, French is so hard. Gecko's not here anymore, unfortunately. But like, Italian or French is so hard. It's like, wait till you start learning Japanese. It's harder. And that's actually a fact. It's not actually subjective, because it's hear me out. If you know French and Italian now, something you don't know has to be logically harder than the thing you know. So that fact, in my opinion, enables that person to say that and sound logical about it. Yeah, to me, it sounds like, oh, you know that already. Wait till you get to something you don't know. It's definitely going to be harder. Diminished, insensitive, based on a fact. So when you ever go online, that's, I would say, 90% of arguments. It's about whataboutisms. So, oh yeah, this country has a really big problem right now with electricity, like cost of living. Say, wait. But this other country has it even worse. Facts. And then now it's not about whatever the person wanted to talk about or concerned about what the person talking about. It's about deflating it with another fact, right? Knowledge, lots of knowledge has created a vacuum, in my opinion, for sensitivity training anymore. It's not, oh, that sucks for both those countries. Let's talk about yours. Right? It's not both. Oh, well, that sucks both ways. Let's talk about how they're related and how they suck. No, this is more important. That's not more important, because the fact is this country is suffering more than this one. So, sorry, not sorry. I'm right. You're wrong. These are the facts. I would challenge. Open challenge. If you don't see this in like Reddit's comments, any form of advice, then call it my personal apology. I apologize if you can't see that, right? Like maybe it's not true. Maybe I'm predisposed and biased towards seeing these things. As far as I know, it's ever present. You go on a thread, it's using facts to mitigate sensitivity. You don't need to explain your motivations or any form of care or empathy if you can state a fact. It's a consequence, in my opinion, it's a large consequence of having too much information and knowledge without the wisdom and charisma of wielding that. A little throwback to yesterday's digression. If you do not have the charisma or the wisdom to wield it, you often come off as someone who is unfilling, insensitive, still right. Probably you can still be right, but lonely. Possibly even hated by people who are able to feel. And yeah. And you're gonna feel detached and lonely because you have no compromising issues. You may also convince yourself that you have no problems. You're emotionally intelligent. You can also convince yourself you care by telling the facts, but facts don't care about anything, in my opinion. Objectivity doesn't care about anything. Objectivity is true. It is free of interpretation. So if you say something like a cliche that ends something, it's unfilling. It depends. That sounds like you're considerate. Coming from different people, it can be different. Absolutely. The vast majority of people, when they say it depends, it's an excuse for not worrying about other people's feelings. Because the fact is, it does depend, and you're not going to bother talking about it. Well, obviously for me, when someone says it depends, I say let's explore that. What do you think it depends on? Sensitivity training. Like, oh, everyone has their own ways. That's a fact. I agree. It's insensitive. It's not sensitive. Sensitivity comes with illustrating that you actually know what that means, right? But it's a great way to end a discussion and make it sound like you have empathy, right? Oh, everyone's got to have bad days and everyone has good days. Like, that's a cliche, terminating statement. You didn't illustrate how you know or how you can feel that. It's easier to state a fact and then stop talking about it. And I find myself occasionally doing that now as well. Largely due to the idea that I use the internet a lot. So yeah, it depends, but may I ask, what does it depend for you? Like, I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to everyone else. So please explain to me what it depends on for you so I can understand more about you. Right? Learn to express yourself, or like not learn, because you already I'm convinced most people still remember how to express themselves. They're not practiced in expressing themselves. And without active expression, it will become a thing of the past. So now what happens? The weird people are the ones that actually express things. The normal people are the people who know the facts. Hyperobjectivity did not play well with the inherent nature of human subjectivity. When people express an opinion, like I'm kind of doing that too to that guy that I was talking about. I'm kind of objectifying, trying to make objective logic out of that thing, and it can feel a little aggressive. So, yep. Here's a thought. All right, let's get back on track. One of the little routines that I typically do is before I ever share my opinion, I try to understand the other person's opinion, and then either tell them I understand it or I don't understand it, in order to give the idea that there is acceptance and understanding if there's a miscommunication or communication involved. And that allows sensitivity training for communication, right? It's very different between someone's like, you're wrong. This, according to Google, is the right answer. That is a complete lack of sensitivity. It's not wrong, right? Like, this person is probably right. Google said this. You can't refute that. But that person's not going to want to talk to you anymore. Likely 9 out of 10 times, probably. After a while, people just stop talking to each other. Why talk to each other when you can talk to ChatGPT? I wish I was joking, but I'm not. That's kind of one of the incredibly sobering observations. Why talk to another human being than talk to ChatGPT? Because ChatGPT may not argue against you, or argue against you in a way that you can't understand, right? Because humans can end up arguing about things they can't understand about each other. At least ChatGPT will behave in a way that is consistent. You don't want to interact with a human because it's incredibly inconsistent. Even people who are compatible also interact with each other inconsistently, right? I think that's the most beautiful part about being humans. So I'm gonna say a cliche terminating thing. Sorry, not sorry. Nowadays, I like interacting with human beings because it's inconsistent. It's the most beautiful thing about being human. It's actually even related to language. It's the inconsistencies of natural language makes it beautiful. The exacting, constructive specificity of constructed language is efficient and appropriate, but not charming. Charming is subjective. It's exacting, it's perfect. You can kind of argue perfect, as in accurate, could be describing constructed languages. But natural languages are beautiful. We can't, like, humans cannot stop disagreeing and agreeing about language, and it's an ever process because humans are inconsistent, at least in my opinion. Like, inconsistent in a span of time. They could be possibly relatively consistent in a specific point in time, across the lifetime of a human, they're inconsistent. Like, it would be shocking. It would be very shocking, guys, if you behave like like your younger self throughout your life. That is very, very shocking. So, it would be oxymoronic to say that humans are consistent throughout their entire life. There's very little things in a human's life that would suggest there aren't nuance and changes. Now, when you quantize consistency, right, like an outcome, if it's happiness, positive, negative, then you can frame it as consistency. But the life circumstances change. It's ever dynamic. Every decision you make, every moment you breathe will contribute to a eventual, like, some ebb and flow, right? It's a struggle. It's always a struggle to be consistent, right? You do everything in your nature to try to be objective and consistent and find desirable effects. And that illustrates how humans are dynamic, right? You're changing up how to stay fit. You're changing up how to stay eat. The results might be consistent. The process, subject to slight wiggle room all the time. Not a robot, not a robot. It's the irony. I think the biggest punchline here is that we're also trying to change ChatGPT and other machine learning to be more inconsistent. And then people are arguing and complaining about, like, ChatGPT and stuff hallucinating. And I'm like, isn't it so fitting that in the effort to try to humanize a arguably an objective device or tool, that it ultimately becomes inconsistent? That's really funny. I think that's a poetic way of observing why humans are both beautiful and potentially egregiously volatile, you know? Right? Anyways. Back to the assignment. Ooh, no. Wait. Uh-oh. Wait. Wait. Are we using? No, that's Kunyomi, right? I immediately thought Sho. Oh yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And I always appreciate everyone's differing comments. I wouldn't have it any other way. Imagine how short these digressions would be if all of us were objective facts, right? Imagine. It's like, oh, yeah, that's the fact. We all agree. End of discussion. I'm trying to rotate. So right now I'm trying to only think about the read, no mnemonics of old ones. So these are old ones that are rotating back in, right? So I'm trying to abandon the mnemonic. See if I can like get out of the mnemonic. I think it's something that I need to be able to do in the future, or else the mnemonics are just gonna pile up. Such a weird way of learning things. Quite a challenge. Wait. Is that still... How do I qualify that? No, no, no. We don't have to think about it. It's just Maru now. That's just Maru. Maru... Oh no. Alright, let's keep going. Okay. Wait. Wait. Yes. Good morning, Chern. How are you? How are you doing? So... I'm stopping, so that means there's probably no mnemonic for... Right? Usually when I stop on something, it's likely that there's no mnemonic. AM? Oh, practicing. Oh, you're practicing piano? Nice, nice. Did you tell me how your project went? The project that you did the piano thing for? Yeah. There's no... Well, kind of. Meijin. I remember you showing me the piano that you... What was the number? I think you might have said 100 and either 30 something or 140 tries. Very specifically. I wasn't very great at recognizing what the piano piece was, but it sounded lovely. I think this might have been 3 weeks ago ish. Is your grade 6 exam song for this year? Oh, interesting. Grade 6 exam song? How are grades done for that type of thing? I'm not sure what the grade 6 means. I don't think I had like I haven't ever lessons before. Oh, Abram. Oh, okay, Abram grade 1 through 8. Autocorrect. It's a person like it's a ABR. Oh, ABRSM. I'm guessing it's like some sort of scaling thing. I haven't ever when I was growing up, when I was still like a musician, I didn't have any like formal training or anything, so I didn't really know what my competence was. But that's interesting. So there's a specific grade system for certain things. When it comes to piano, interesting. You can Google. It's an international standard. Oh. ABRSM. Piano. Is there one for like other? There like a for other things, or is this piano specific? It is from a Royal School of Music. British nature. Intriguing. Yeah, I had no idea that's a thing. I'm a filthy casual when it comes to a filthy unofficial casual for musical standards. Music standards. Do you plan on continuing to do your piano stuff in the future? Is that like a potential thing you want to pursue? What the heck? Oh. I'm like, what is wrong with me right now? Okay, this was the other one, right? This was the other one. So the first one was the a standalone. So it was like drink to the new year, right? Sake. And then this one was the other one that I tried to create something different. The maze. Yeah, this is the maze. Must you go through the maze? Must you go through the maze first? That's where it got the Mazu. Alright. Where are we at? How's this looking? We're 2 days off? We screwed this one up. No, wait, we didn't. This is just late. So yeah, we're still on T minus 2 days. Probably 3 days because digressions. Let's do our 5 lessons. Okay. 100? 100 is 100, which is 100. Oh, we get 5 vocabulary. Okay. 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 100, 100, 100. Alright.
100
100.
100
100. Cosplay. Okay. Alright, we're moving along. 200. 200.
200
200
Alright. We don't see many people who are 200 centimeters tall. Yeah. Understandable. Oh, we're just getting all the... Oh, everything dealing with hyaku. Oh, okay. So, 400. So,
400
400.
400
What did they say about this? The word has number for 4. Oh, yeah, yeah. 4 is special. And uses kunyomi, yeah. The reading for hyaku, though, is the onyomi. Yep. And 500, which, normal stuff.
500
500.
500
And 100만. Yep, so 110,000 is 1 million. You couldn't read Mazu when you were young? Oh, may I ask why? Tina? May I ask why? I'm kind of curious.
100万
100만. 100만.
100万
100만. Let's see. What the heck is this sentence? Hold up. 100만人物ね? 100만人? Or 100만 인? Let's go with 人 here. 100만人物人々がoh no. Origin. Standalone. Gen? Yeah. Gen. Partner. Oh yeah. Partner no account. Oh, account. Account ni. What? Did I really have this? Or is it ni ni not correct. Not correct exit. What the? Have I had this? I don't know if I had this before. Okay, well, let's just say it's onyomi, right? I can figure this out, right? Not. Let's just say boo. Since it's in the front, it's not boo, right? Boo. Boo. Correct. Boo se. Gucci? Boo. Show? Gucci? I don't think I had this yet. But it's not correct. Open. Interesting. Actually, I'm just gonna look this up. I'm pretty sure I don't have this. Fraudulent. Unorthodox. Oh, okay. Pusero. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we don't have... I don't think so. Oh, it's nin? Okay, it's nin. I see. So you do the nin here. Okay. So this is treated as a full thing. Okay, got it. Oh wait, which nin? This nin, right? You're talking about this nin? And then this is hito because it's separated by mono. So 100 nin, yeah, okay. Oh yeah, that's right, because this is the counter. This is the counter for this. I think that's the role in login. Oh, it's the role in login. Oh, okay, now it makes sense. Sorry, I just thought of a clip. Do you guys watch the, what is it, Real Japanese channel or something? I forgot what it's called. The Real Japanese channel. They made a comment about this. The like, if I write this, it's like, what is this? It's like, what's the word for mouth? What's the what's the symbol? What's the symbol for mouth? And the person would smile, yeah, the act guy, he would write it. Okay, all right. What's the character for do? And then he would like smile and he would write it. And then he would just smile there, and the straight guy would be like, what's the difference? And he's like, kuchi, do, kuchi, do. And then somewhere along the lines, you're thinking to yourself, same but different. I don't know. I like the kids, like the guys that do the skit. I don't know if you know what I'm referring to, but I watch a lot of their videos now because it's really funny. This is exactly what happened. This is exactly what happened here. I'm like, wait a minute, is that kuchi? And I didn't decide to read the rest. Okay. So I do have this term then. It's I have a read for this, which is fu or boo. So fu correct. Fuse or fusho. It's probably fuse. I love them. Like I love that strongman thing. Even when they talk about tongue twisters, yeah. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Osaka, like Osaka humor, where like they would do puns, right? They would do word puns, but there's always a straight guy. There's always the straight guy and the funny guy, right? Like the straight man and the funny man, and you're just like, okay. And it resonates with me. I'm not sure if it's an Asian thing or like a language learning thing or something, but I personally think it's really funny when they do that. It's like, how do you say, how do you say tree? Ki. And then like, how do you say something else? I actually don't have an example of another key at the moment. I absolutely love that. I learned like you learn quite a lot through the humor. Okay, so I'm gonna say, if I had to guess, the word that I had was fuse, right? No. Is it fuse? Let me look at Jisho. Fuse, injustice, unfair, wrongdoing, impriority, irregularity, dishonest, illegally, fraud. Wait, does that imply unauthorized? I guess that would imply unauthorized, right? So fuse, do, wait, dogu, dogu, oh my gosh, logged. Wait, logu, logui shita. Login. Oh, login. Oh, okay. Login shita koto. Shita koto ka aru. あるとお湯 No あると湯より湯 These what the heck is these oh my gosh, is that research? Read research oh my gosh, this sentence is wild. Okay, so there are research wait, did I miss show? Oh no, that's shows. So there are research that shows fraudulent logins of accounts, fraudulent logins of accounts of partners. Okay, so partners, fraudulent logins of partners' accounts of millions of people. Oh my gosh. That's too long. Oh no. Let's just say that's beyond me right now. That's so long. That sentence is so long. It's way too long for me. You have to like go really one at a time. All right. I think Ko was sipping something when he was like, the bonus was 1 million. There's 1 million of these trucks, and suddenly like research shows that as many as 1 million people have logged into a former partner's account unauthorized. Like, Ko, what happened? I feel like Ko randomly felt really saucy one day, and they're like, he's sitting there, he's thinking, nah. Time to just write a really, really long sentence. Ooh. Anyways, it makes sense though. All the words make sense, but it takes me so like I'm definitely not used to seeing such a long sentence. In fact, research shows that as many as this is what I sound like in English in text format, but usually I don't speak this way. This is too wordy in English, just the English one. Like maybe research shows there are many people that I don't know, illegally log into partners' accounts. Yeah, Chinese have tongue twisters. It's that same guy. I've got his name as well. The Mr. Shusha guy. Is a viral Shusha guy. What was his name? He has a very, very wonderfully well-defined jawline too. Kudos to him. Very wonderfully. Okay. I think that's it. So I think we're fine, right? This is fine. These 5 lessons are 400 200 100 Is this a trick? 100万 100万 I'm trying to be cognizant of typos. I have so many typos. I think I'm a casualty of autocorrect when it comes to these things. Oops. Also, my keyboard's T does not work. But luckily, I don't think any of these had T's in it. Oh, oh right. It's 10 p.m. Oh man. All right. We gotta keep the streak alive. The 0-0 streak, right? That's a thing. Nenai? Oh, whoops. Okay. Stick with the early. uh. 1年生. I think I might turn on the like audio thing. I don't know how the audio thing works, but there's an option because I want to hear. I still continue want to hear this. I think it's too quiet. And I need to normalize some stuff. I thought I would be right now comfortable enough to type and say the thing at the same time, thinking the thing and translating the thing at the same time. But that's too many things happening right now. So I'm like basically not saying anything anymore, which is something that I am very uncomfortable in not doing. Because in Duolingo, I say a lot. Like I spend a lot, regardless if it's native or not. I'm still actively trying to say, right, 1年生, right? And also it's very disjointed. It's vocabulary, so I might as well just hear the vocabulary. But I have been so accustomed to hearing him in the context of a sentence. Even though they're simple sentences, I constantly want to add like a particle at the end of all these things. So they're kind of blending in to something. It might take an adjustment period. Although Duolingo Japanese is going to start up again. And then like in Chinese side, we're going to do LLMs. So plenty of time to adjust to many things. It can be a little tough. I do see the baggage that I'm encountering regarding juggling different ways of engaging with the language. Oh. Ne? Oh. Oh. Oop. Anna. I'm gonna still continue to try though. No reason not to start. Nennai. This Nennai? Kinda seems right. Nennai. Okay. Kyonen. Yeah? Kyonen. Yep. Kyonen. Aye. Oh, senjutsu. Senjutsu. Ja? Ja. Huh? Yeah. Did we go with other? I think we went with other. Oh, that's what I was. Yeah. What did I say this was? Gen? Gen. Immediately I thought xiao. 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 Oh boy. Ku. I think I might change it into the same order now, because I want to be able to regularly say the read after entering something English. I think there's too much English, like I have to consider these things right at the moment. So se mura oki okie dokie. Keep going for this now. 2 is not too bad. Although technically I got this wrong 4 times in a row, or 3 times in a row, because I was being not disciplined. And how did I screw this up? Oh, I confused moji moji with myoji. Let's see. All right. We do this again. Yes, let's do this again. We have to be diligent. Have to do our due diligence. No slacking. You hear me? Actually, Churn, are you doing Anki today? This is about the time where you like disappear for like 2 hours. Okay. So harmonics. Man, measurement, origin, whole, leader, forehead, alligator, ceremony, spirit, branch, energy, center, world, plate, bamboo, thread, ear, insect, flower, sea, red, car, shellfish, not sock, foot, not samurai, rice, loiter, bed, betto, yes, eye, cliff, master, umbrella, beggar, horns, spikes. Nah, maybe you'll do it at night. Okay. Also, you feel like you're supposed to start focusing on exam more and set aside studying Japanese. Oh, is it exam time already? I saw your message, Churn, on your Discord. I'm calling you out. So what is this about having too much school projects? I saw your message. You think I don't read? You have to, I hope you know that I do read people's Discord stuff. I saw your message. You know, silly goober. Why you see? You put it on Discord. What do you expect me? Why do you expect me to not look at people's messages? It sounded like a complaint. You know? Hopefully you're able to juggle all your stuff, right? School projects and exams and whatnot. Hope everything's going all right. Let's see. Let's do our. Oh yeah, we gotta continue our harmonics. Is this helping? Is this Monix helping? I think so. So we're gonna use Genji, Ana, Saber, shoot. You want to rest? Didn't you just have a holiday though? Is it supposed to be holiday and their school project? Oh, you're still having holidays. Oh yeah, February is still February. Oh yeah, you're right. You still have the rest of February, right? Turn. Ako. Ne? Shaman. Yi. Kyoto. Ne? Yeah. Go. Oh, wait, oh, that's technically king. King was the mnemonic. A. Dad. Corey. To clarify why I'm doing this, with a few exceptions, is the part that is not working for me right now in WaniKani is hearing near rhymes. It's easily one of my least I'm not flexible enough with sound. So when I hear like Genji, it's still Gen, which is nice because it's Genji. But then you hear Anna, right? I could hear Anna. If I'm reading Anna, I don't think of Anna, right? Or like Saber, I'm not thinking of Se, her. So I'm trying to train myself to use what Ko relies on a lot of times, and it's been a tough. It's kind of like katakana. Whenever I read katakana for ego, right? For ego, it takes me a really long time. I knew this for a while, especially when I was playing games like English language games where they're called ad-libbing, where like, or Mad Libs, where English word can be used to sound like another English phrase, and then you put together like English words, and then they create new English words by near sounding. It's really terrible. I'm writing the closest thing to see how often near things come up, right? Like shaman, the sha in shaman, and the ta in taco. Not my thing. It's a very I'm bad with puns. I'm very, very deficient with puns. Wait, do other languages not have Mad Lib varieties? I'm not sure. I think they do. Especially Japanese. Some of Japanese humors were pretty good. I heard Chinese shows that's done it. But it's tough for me. I am not great at this. Whenever someone does like a dad joke or something like puns, I think the pun is really funny, but I can't hear the pun very well. And it's not because maybe I'm like crippled or something. I don't think I'm crippled. I just did not practice them. I don't practice making jokes that sound like other jokes. So I love puns, but I don't do the puns. And this Ko is very punny. Ko is incredibly punny. Kevin is not punny. He goes about it the way I typically go about it, where you use a meaning. You use meaning in the mnemonics. You don't use the literal sound. So this is where I found that I'm struggling a lot with WaniKani. Like when I'm looking for example, when I look for where's sen as, like sen, right here, sen. I'm like thinking, okay, so I see a gun, right? I see the gun, I see legs, and I see dirt. Like, is there like some meaning that deals? It's centaur. The mnemonic for the read is centaur because sen is literally in centaur. That's the thing that I'm not like clicking on. I'm not thinking of words that sound like other words the whole time. So I'm focusing on it now. Largely because I wasn't focusing on it before because I already knew the reads for most of the stuff. And we're trying. Who knows? I might abandon it entirely, but it's worth trying. Mowing. Sarah. The Sara. right? Sara, Sara, mowing, mow. This one was Ray. I mean Ray. I think this is practicing. Don't worry, Blair. I'm gonna become a pun master champion by the time I'm done with using WaniKani. If don't worry, if people are saying like, why are you wasting your time with this skill? It's probably not even helpful to learning Japanese, but I want to be a pun master. A Japanese English pun master. So you know what I have to, what really gets me going, and then it has something to do with they. We got to connect the dots. We got to make some funny like Japanese hirakana, right? Like the kana. We have to make some kana puns with English. That's gonna be great. I think that would be a great way to make people want to learn a language from a different language, right? I mean, Chinese and Japanese write puns in itself. It's a literal pun. Like most of the stuff between Japanese and Chinese are puns already, right? Because if you take like hana, right? Make a sentence about hana and hua. Like hua. Like say something that involves the sounds hua and hana, and you get a pun that associates flower in both Chinese and Japanese. But in English, there's a big disconnect for me right now. Like Ko is working in a different wavelength than I am. Like I am not connecting ray gun with Re. Like I'm not thinking, oh, Ray, as in like Ray Charles. Get it? Ray Charles. You could make a mnemonic with Ray Charles in this case. I usually don't think about that. I think I rarely ever use this mnemonic device. Occasionally I had in Duolingo. What was one? Soku. Soku here. Soku sock. So it does happen occasionally. So soku was one of them. And there was another one in here. Mushi. Mushi. Which is mushy. As in like when you squish an insect, it's mushy. Right? Mushi. I remember mushi from Shashinko. That's how I remember the insect. So I do make some of those puns, but it's rare. It's so rare. It's usually based on meaning. So I clearly am crippled when it comes to... I'm clearly unpracticed. Very unpracticed. Like this, when I see this, I think of xiao, right? Like xiuxi, right? Xiuxi to rest, which is the meaning of this, but what did they use? So this one's related. So the leader is resting against a tree, and the tree is a cucumber tree. It's cucumber. Q. Not my jam, but it's certainly making me think of words in a different way, right? I'll just put a cucumber. Centaur. And I actually think this will help me out in the future. So when these mnemonics are rolling away, dad will come up multiple times, mo will come up multiple times, like sara, re, cho, go, taco. Taco came out many times. Sheep or shi, ito and itsu, right? So you can kind of see how Ko is constantly moving towards the same near rhymes or puns between English and Japanese. So I could use that and try to understand it, and it'll get faster over time. At least I think. We'll see. If it doesn't get faster over time, womp womp. But it would be a fun experience. Or educating experience. a very instructive learning lesson. Like May. So the month of May is for May. Been used multiple times. Nendoroid. Oof. Nendoroid. That took me a while. Nendoroid. And I can't even say it right. I think English is Nendroid. I don't even know if they pronounce the D-O. Like, it's not Nendoroid. It's just Nendroid, I think. I haven't used that English. I haven't even said it. This is the first time I've ever uttered Nendoroid. and to me, it doesn't even sound like it's an English word. I don't even think, you know what? Is it even an English word? Or is it an adaptation of a Japanese word? No, wait. Nendoroido. No, not. Oh, I mean, it might be, actually. Maybe Nendoroido got simplified to Nendoroid or Nendroid in English. Nendoroido sounds like... Now, hear me out. You might be saying, oh, well, English has the word droid, right? We're talking about more like the order of its occurrence. So, for example, anime was derived from animation or animation, but anime itself is a creation of that, and then it was adopted in reverse. Even though the inspiration was animation, anime, its term, then gets readopted in English. So I'm not talking about like the origin of the stuff, but more like the usage case. I'm pretty sure Nendoroido was far more common in Japan than it was. Like, I'm curious if there are any Americans out there like think, oh yeah, I use that term all the time. Like, yeah. Nendroids, you know, them Nendroids, they're hot stuff right now. I don't think even in my 37 years of life I've ever heard someone like casually just say Nendroid. I think it's if I had to wager a guess, Nendoroido is a Japanese creation that became normalized in the United States, largely due to like anime stuff. I'm not even my brain is going on autopilot to complete these sentences. I'm not even paying attention to your dual lesson. That's cool, because you're doing the habit where like it can be both a both a bane and a perk about the way Duolingo works this thing, right? It could be a double-edged thing sometimes. We're like, yeah, I know this. That's kind of how I feel why sentences are pretty fantastic compared to flashcards with single words. However, WaniKani is not here to teach you single words. It's here to elevate you in encouraging to use mnemonics, right? Marl, right? Mentioned that, is it bad or is it circumventing the purpose of WaniKani if they're using their own mnemonics? That's exactly what I mean. It's like, that's fantastic. Like from 2 days ago and yesterday, that's fantastic that you're doing that, because that's the new thing that you're doing. It's the thing that if you're using WaniKani, it's not the rote memory, like the rote memory that's required to remember a pairing of words. It's the approach in aiding you in those things. So the training wheel immediately comes off the moment you can do it yourself. And in Duolingo, that's also true too. One of the downsides of being complacent, though, is that sometimes it gets a little murky if the new stuff gets into the pattern of the method. You know what I mean? Like I did mention this when I was using Duolingo, that you can still get the right answer without ever knowing what the question was or what the new stuff was, which that's probably why Duolingo is so consistent and habit forming, because it becomes effortless so quickly, right? Like one of the biggest criticisms of Duolingo is one of its most efficient, efficacious way of teaching or showing something. You can get the right answer, and you're supposed to take notice of the new thing because they're only changing that one new thing. But it feels all the same because it's constantly framed in the same sentence, other familiar things. The sentence structure itself is so familiar that you can make a process of elimination mechanically without ever understanding the new vocabulary. And I totally understand how that could be a problem with teaching, you know? But it's also really fun to pick them out. Yeah, like that. Yeah. And but if you know that that's happening, you can use it to your advantage. You're like, okay, well, I don't know something. Let's go figure it out. And it's already there. Like, you don't need to refer to anything else, right? The system itself will already have the answer. There aren't any prompts you can't solve yourself, right? There's no prompt you can't solve yourself in Duolingo. So the problem could end up becoming, you get into a habit and you know the right answer, and now you're mechanically prone to knowing the right answer, but you may not choose to know or remember the new stuff, which that's why at the end I write a construct, or I do like memory tests to make sure that I'm not becoming too complacent. This is what I'm doing here too. I'm also doing the same thing in WaniKani. I'm like making sure I'm not too complacent. And obviously I was, because the first 3 levels didn't teach me. I didn't understand how to get from a mnemonic that Ko wrote to the read. It's gotten worse, actually. It's gotten worse. So I'm trying to not do that right now. And it takes a lot of extra time, but I like it. I like it. It shows me my complacency. I'm not, but it usually, like, I should be paying attention because new stuff, but I'm just immediately translating stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you have done that too. Yeah, the thing I was describing. If I can pick out words, I just plug it when it builds from the bank. Yeah. It was before you started WaniKani and Hanzihiro. I assume my own interpretation would work better, but after a day, their mnemonics are quite memorable. I would still try to make up your own, though, just for fun. Me too. Me too. And that is the best part. You're doing that because you want to do it and you can do it. And I've been trying to do that too. I might have done that way too much. So when you said you've been starting, it was before WaniKani Hanzihiro, I did the same thing. Like, so I did it so much that I actually could not remember their mnemonics. So when new things come up, right, which I can't make a mnemonic for because I'm struggling with making a mnemonic yet, it falls by the cracks. So all the effective mnemonics was crowding the one that I want to get to. So it was slowing me down. And now we're trying not to. It's such a weird feeling. Like, it's so weird. Like, it's faster to do certain ways and not other ways, and I want to be more flexible than that. So it's pretty fun. It definitely tells me what I'm doing and what I'm not doing at the moment, and we'll see how it changes in the future. I want to use puns. I don't usually use puns, so that's one thing that is definitely telling me that I definitely do not make mnemonics like this anymore. They're more elaborate. The mnemonics are, the more elaborate they are, the more memorable they are. And in Hansa Hero, Kevin uses that approach. Kevin uses elaborate building blocks in order to end up, like, his vision of mnemonics is in line with the way I tend to use mnemonics. Is it time efficient to make all the new mnemonics? Up to you. I think it's often a great way to practice, right? Practice. Some people might see it as a waste of time, because why use WaniKani then? If you're going to make your own mnemonics, you might as well use Anki and make your own mnemonics on the way and not waste time with that, and then use other functionality. I want to understand how other people think they should learn Japanese. So that is why it's worth it for me. I like seeing how other people go about making this. I wouldn't be considering this stuff if I didn't read Ko's work, right? Some of it is pretty dang funny. Like, I think someone made a comment about Cho. If they hear another Cho overlap mnemonic, they would, like, figuratively go insane. My first thought is, like, I haven't ever thought of it that way. Like, maybe I should have considered trying to do that, where whenever a read comes up, I would talk about the same mnemonic. I haven't tried doing that at all. So you can then start to make a character list, which Kevin already does. Like, Kevin literally said, you know what? We're going to have characters. We're going to have characters. We're going to have position. And we're going to have locations, right? And we're building short stories. Building short stories with all the components. All the components and characters. So whenever you're looking at something, you're looking at all the mnemonics unify all the radicals and all the characters and build the story on how to pronounce all of them. So that's what he did, which is far more elaborate than this stuff. So it's become a crutch. I have become so accustomed to doing that I can no longer think in simpler terms. And that reminds me of times when, if you get so used to doing something, even the simplest things are not as simple anymore. They're no longer straight, right? Like, for example, this is a lot shorter. If you remember some of these, like Anna, right? Anna fell into a hole. That's really short. That's simple. That's efficient. And I forgot how to do that. I forgot how to be more simple as opposed to more complex. Yeah. And Ko does emphasize that, though. Ko says, like, remember, like, think about being bleeding and feeling pain, you know, like, picture pain and, like, feel the more vivid it is. I'm like, I forgot how to feel. My mnemonics don't make me feel much anymore. It doesn't rely on pain. So, like, when I'm thinking of mnemonics, I don't say, oh, this upsets me, or like, oh, you fell down and it hurts a lot. I don't use those anymore. What I do is, whenever I get something wrong, I say my mnemonics angrily, or I try to make myself upset, like literally upset, and it attaches that feeling to the mnemonic, the literal feeling, as opposed to saying, oh yeah, you know, when you fall down, you're gonna feel bad and it hurts. And I'm like, I don't know how that works. So we're trying. That's what I've been learning from using WaniKani. I'm a robot. Okay. What do we got there? Is Mo? No, wait. Not Mo. Sun? See, now I'm thinking Sun, Frost. Soul. 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 Key. Key. Goofy. We're gonna use Goofy for this one. Goofy. Take. Eat. Mimi. Like, I can do Mimi. Mimi is like, that's on the head, you know, that's like, it's literally that, and I'm like, I can get behind that. Mimi all the way. Mimi is fine. Like, it's right on the head. I don't have to deal with like puns or anything. It's just me, right? Like that's fine. Mural. Dawn. Cho. Like, Cho is easy. Like, for me, Cho is so easy because it's come up multiple times already. Hannah. Oh my gosh, Hannah. Hannah. Me. Oh yeah, this one's tough. Me. You use me as in referring to Ko for me. And I'm like, me, which is meh. And sometimes I type meh instead of me. Of times. Ayak. AKA. Aka. Right. Shaman. Shaman. Fool. I honestly don't hear foo in fool though. Fool. Sheep. Wait, not home. Yeah, I'm more likely to write, think of the read right away. And then this is sexy. All right, so let's do our reads. It's working out. My hopefully when I level up on, I have a way to get around or like to work with what I struggled with on the first day of leveling up on level 4. So we have to test that out when it happens. So let's see. Gen, ana, se, shu, ha, sha, kyo, ko, go, o, he is he. Oh. Okay. Kori. Oops. Kori. Kori. Mo. Sara. Re. Kyu. Sen. Me. Nen? No, yeah. Nen. So. Ki. I think he is. Son of a dingus. I think I did that last time too. He. Hyaku. Hyaku. Take. Take. Ito. Ito. I think Take and Ito is, yeah. Right? Ito? Ne. Alright. Mimi. Mushi. Ura. Dan. To. Hana. Mi. Mi. Hai. Aka. Wait, is Aka? Aka has to be, right? Yes. Aka. Soku. Soku. Sha. Fu. Fu. Shi. O. Seki. Alright. And then our two errors. Okay. We gotta talk about this. So my first attempt was I typed Furui. Yep. So Furui, that's a nope. Right. So that's a nope. My second attempt was how did I screw this up 3 times today? Oh, my second attempt was kyo. Kyo. Because I linked it up with ko. Right? But it's really ko. Oh, I only remember 2 times. I could have sworn I messed up 3 times. There's something in the middle. I might have typed in like furu, maybe, or something like that. And Furu didn't yell at me for saying, "Oh no, they're not talking about the standalone." So this was one of the occasions where it wasn't marked as, "Hey, we're talking about the onyomi, not the kunyomi." So it didn't lock into cross-examining like, "Oh wait, right." And obviously, the reason why that is acceptable is because it didn't have okurigana, right? Okurigana. I should have recognized that there wasn't okurigana so that I didn't do furui. And then the kyo and ko was dealing with the mnemonic for ko, which overlaps with the ko mnemonic for right, kyo and ko. So that's how I got it wrong 3 times in a row. I didn't like sit on it and think about, wait a minute, let's think this through. No, I just typed the 3 separate like at least 3 separate responses that were incorrect. That was a little bit of a blunder today. How did I screw this up? I typed emoji. Wait, it's not. Wait. No, that's not. D. Right? Yeah, I typed emoji, which that's not it. Myoji. So it's kind of weird. Emoji, obviously emoji. Wait. Oh no, I'm still having that problem. Wait. Why am I forgetting what is in place of here for emoji? Mo. And what's mo? Mo is the heck is I'm having a lot of problems with this one. It hasn't changed. Not that one. Which mo is it? Oh no. I guess it'll come up when I see it, but that's not useful. Yo, heckin' my brain. What is my deal with Moji? I guess I can click on this, right? I can click on... Is he even in this group? He is not even in this. Well, that's not helpful. Don't understand why I'm drawing. Like, I want to say it's one character, but that doesn't make sense in the meaning. Yeah, it's not that one. Right, this is Myoji, but yeah, this I'm looking at the wiki stats page that was suggested by Gecko, but it's making it very, very difficult to find what I'm looking for. Oh no. Wait. Yeah, this organization makes it longer. I click on... This is not the way to go about it. Taking way too long. It's fine. I'll get it later. Anyways, I was thinking Moji by jerk reflex a lot of times, but we're supposed to try to think about it as Myoji. Right. And that's like more. More was the keyword. There was a pause as well on everything that relates to this as well. This is Saki. That's not Saki. Saki. Saki and... Oh wait. It is this one, isn't it? Old? It's not. Yeah, that doesn't help. This stuff doesn't help. Yeah. I thought I could get adjusted to the layout. It's as I feared. It takes me a really long time to sift through the wiki stats page. It takes just as long to find what I'm looking for. Maybe if I get used to it, but there's no particular order I'm just looking at boxes until I can see a character that I'm looking for. We'll use Jisho. Jisho. Oh, that's Moji. Oh, that mole. Okay, so I was thinking, mole. Why is this difficult? What's happening here? It's probably because I keep thinking immediately this is when, and then I lose track of mole. And I don't even know why it's mole anymore. Yeah, I don't even know why it's mole anymore. Gosh. That could be. Oh, I know why it's mole. It's because of mon. Yeah, this is mon. Mon and monster. Like boon monster was my mnemonic. So boon and mon. And it took on mon, but it's a shortened mon. Oh, that's why mo. Yeah, that's why mo is confusing. Oh, I get it. Because I'm thinking of mo as in mo is what I'm looking for. But I'm not looking for mo. I'm looking for mon. Oh my goodness. This is what I mean by near sounds. Using near sounds. As in you're using parts of it. So I'm looking for mo. And mo could be mon as opposed to mo. So I've been looking for mo as in how the English word mo, like the name. The name mo would be mo. It would be this. Mo. Like mo. Mo. Not mon. That it leads me into a dead end. That's okay, I'll have to keep that in mind. Why that is the problem here. It leads me to look for a different character that doesn't exist. Why do I say that? Is because whenever I think of mole right now, I'm thinking of all the moles. Like, mole, this mole. And a few other moles, actually. So, alright. Well, at least it makes sense now. It's only 2 errors. And it might not even be a problem in the future. But hey, nice. I got that sorted out. I was gonna say maybe I'll just push it off into the evening, and then I'll do it myself. But it's great that I was. It's nice to know that I was able to figure out why the heck it was confusing to me, because I'm looking for the incorrect character. All right, folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani. Thanks for hanging out. If you're only interested in WaniKani, right, and Japanese learning, I'll be back tomorrow. We're taking a little break for our 3rd slot before we start our Chinese playthrough of the MSQ. We still have 2 weeks before the release of Pirate Yakuza, and I would say it takes probably 3 days each for the Chinese and Japanese playthrough of Like a Dragon 8 Infinite Wealth. So until then, I'll be back. I'm gonna get up, stretch a little bit. So if you guys can watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? Aras! Minasan, mata ne, ja ne. And I will be right back. Quick bathroom break. I'll be back with Hanzo Hero. Thank you.